that you guide us through this conference that is discussing technologies and innovations on how to improve our forestry sector as we move forward. We also pray for the cup of tea and also for anything else that we are going to undertake in this hotel. We commit ourselves once again. Give us the wisdom that we require. And as we finalize, Lord, we are going to say all Amen. And we pray this shortly through your name, Jesus Christ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kitonga. Good morning. Day 2 of our conference on innovations and technology in the forestry sector. We want to welcome you once again for those who are joining us physically at Ole Sereni Hotel, and also a warm welcome to all our participants on social media pages, on Zoom. Welcome. Feel like you are with us here physically. Would have loved each and every one of you to be here, but situations are the way they are, and we have to make the best of every situation. So we are very grateful for all participants. Day 1 was a very exciting day. We saw quite a number of nice innovations, including the app from Kefri, which was obviously the highlight of the day, and the launch by our chief guest. And today I know we are going to have an equally exciting time, and we look forward to your active participation. And without further ado, I would like to welcome our first speaker today, the director Kefri, Dr. Joshua Cheboyo, to give us a keynote address, and then we get started. Karibu, Daktari.
Good morning, participants. As you have been informed, my name is Joshua Cheboyo, Director, Kenya Forest Research Institute, a long-time forester. When Mugunda was here, he was only older than me in the forest profession on those who are here. So I'm happy to be with you here today. And my presentation or my talk will be really looking at not forestry, Kenya forest research issues, but I'll be looking at wider forest sector opportunities in production to consumption value chain, which can open innovations, which can create jobs in manufacturing, and as well as branding and marketing. So one of the key issues we must look at the sector is how much are we contributing to Big Four agenda in the country, and also all other development, long-term and short-term and long-term development frameworks, Vision 2030 National Forest Program, and any other policies of national or international level, which are taking our people to prosperity and economic development. So we have to look at how forestry as a sector is contributing to key government elements of development. So my talk will be looking at the whole value chain of the forestry as a sector. and what opportunities exist, and what innovations have been in the past, and we could look at what other innovations are coming up which will contribute to key issues of manufacturing, employment, and wealth creation. Can we move? I would like to say that forestry is an important sector which supports quite a number of functions. And I think one of our officers yesterday talked about the water towers and ecosystem services. And there are also goods which come from there, from timber, which are spent or used by various industries. Forestry as an enabler covers the Big Four agenda of manufacturing, health, food security, and affordable housing. We really contribute, and I think many players have said it. Research and innovations, I don't think this is the latest. Research and innovations must be the old one, and I had said the new one. Research and innovations will really create productivity, which creates more opportunities to Kenyans to extract income and livelihood from the forest sector. And the forest sector, I would look at starting from the seeds, seedlings, plantations, natural forest restoration, manufacturing, food and medicine are key areas in the market value chain which can create, which innovations can take place and create employment and create wealth. What forests are we looking at? According to Forest Resource Assessment 2010, the largest components is in the woodlands, which is measuring almost 24 million. And then farm forests, 10. Farms and private forests, 10. And public forests, estimated at 3.64 million. And plantations, 104, which is mostly private large plantations, which is 104 hectares. These are the forests we have, and these are the areas we shall be able to look at how we can create jobs, value addition, and wealth from. Let's move. In the area of tree seed, this is still a very restricted area because legally it's only now KEFRI which is dealing with the tree seed. But there are many other informal players around the country who are also dealing. When I was a very young man, I was seeing people in Eldoret town selling acacia mianzi seeds, very old men, and quite a number are still around there. They know how to treat it, and they were selling to us to go and use. So tree seed is as old. But the players who are there are still informal. You heard yesterday Faina, who is trying to edge on innovations on how to enter into the tree seed. What KEFRI, I can say what KEFRI has done, is that we have mapped and digitized all our seed sources. Unless there is new and emerging species or provenance, we have to look outside. We try to map and digitize our seed sources. We have also deployed quite a number of equipment which clean. You can now, if you want the eucalyptus, you can get seeds very clean which you can plant direct. We are not selling you that which almost 5% is the seed, and there will be a lot of dust and everything else at low price. But that one you have to get at very high price. So they will be grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. And it attracts different prices. And it cuts cost in your ability to raise your seedlings. And the quality of the seedling raised from a small one to a big one, there is a difference in that. The physiologists will tell you that. There is also a lot of rigorous testing. KEFRI now, as the PS said yesterday, we have been dealing with seed testing in our national office in Muguga. We are now expanding to 6 centers and then to 12, which adds to 18 by employing more scientists and technologists, so that seed testing is done at the place where it is produced, because those seedlings also fit in to that area where it was being collected because of ecological zonation of the country. But now we bring all the way to Muguga, test it, and send it back. It's very, very costly. What we are now going to is to change that. Branding and packaging is an area you saw Faina. Kefri is still doing this, but it's still open to more players who can derive some income from here. We have also introduced policy which now enables us to certify private producers of seeds. That means if we can work with you, you can establish a good seed source. We certify as a good seed source, and we give you a number which can enable you to be regulated and be able to supply seeds to players in this country like the way we do, because the demand could be higher and we require more players to come here. So we have now a policy in place, and the legislation is, as we are talking now, there is a discussion going on the almost final stage of tree seed regulation under the Agricultural Act, because our act is not developed as the one for agriculture. So we are piggybacking there, and later on we shall see, we have put in the revision of the Forest Act to see if we can later bring it to within the realm of forest. But agriculture is more developed, and we like to piggyback on it. I've just said it. Let us move, please. So there is a lot of opportunities here, as I've said, for innovations and players to enter and earn income. When you come to tree seedlings, this is one of the biggest businesses in the country in terms of numbers and products and services being offered by different players. If you go to anywhere corner in the town, if you go, you'll find somebody selling seedlings. So it's a very, very big business in the country. But the issue is, high quality seedlings is the foundation of good forestry, especially if you are going to commercial. If you are going for other purposes, your own social, ecological, we can talk of other issues. But if you are going to really commercial forest, this is the beginning of the problem. If you don't do it right, you cannot get it right in terms of income. Also, there are issues there, potting materials, holding with almost many parameters, holding water capacity, duration in use, many others you have to look into, because all those are costs. So players, manufacturers have a lot of opportunity here. If my seedlings, like the one we are now doing with plant grow, which can last 3-4 months, they are ready. Then another material can be used, which can last but a particular time. But if it is for 2 years, like the indigenous, the one which you find in the roads, you require a durable potting material. Springland mist. As we move forward as a country, labor will become very expensive. We are now still piggybacking in a lot of bulk of labor. You can get cheap labor to do many things. But as we move forward with many other manufacturing coming in, people will become choosy and they will require more money. You must now vision 50 to 30 years from now and see. So modernization and making, there is a lot of innovations which can come here to cut costs. Watering is one of the biggest costs in terms of nursery operation. So mist systems, even Kefri now we are moving, putting in our nurseries into these particular systems. And this is an innovation, and there will be many suppliers, manufacturers, and players who can work in this sector. Clonal seed orchards and propagation. This is another area in which once you have established a tree breeding system up to the optimal level of F3 to 4, where you don't have any more room, and unless you bring another genetic intervention or another variety which can improve to move to 5, then this is now when you systemize and you sustain that particular through clonal and orchards and propagation to maintain the same quality of material you have attained without interference through pollination, cross-pollination, and many other things which can happen. There are other, I've talked about direct seeding of the highest grade of the seed. Tissue culture for mass propagation is also an option. We are now, when you have reached the F3, F4, there is another way you can mass manufacture your plants for purposes of giving out to clients a replica of the most optimized product. This one is being done by Kefri, and other players can come in, private sector can come in, and they can even do it better. Marketing and vegetative propagation, we are doing in sandalwood and among other difficult species in terms of seed production. Variety of potting materials, not more soil. I've told you this is the earlier version. I'm talking of here not the potting tubes and whatever. I'm talking of material to put, not collecting a lot of tons and tons of soil for nursery operations. There are other materials which are coming on board, which are inert, they don't carry a lot of pests and diseases. This is an area which is open now to private sector to come in. Use of micronutrients, quite a number of species might require some support in terms of extra manufacturing of nutrients which they might not have in the soil through microbes. These are science which are in there, and it has been there for some time. Let us move, and let us move, please. Is it? No, can you move back? I don't know. Yeah, this is another area. We have now moved from settling now to planting. When you want to plant, is there the technology which can assist you to do it better and efficient in the country? No, we have been doing manual, and I've said manual is going to become difficult 50 years from now. This bulk of labor might not be available. So as a country, we should be looking globally what's happening so that we can really position ourselves with technologies and innovations to make planting of trees for purposes of commercial better and efficient. Mechanized seed pullet. This is the first, I think the first machine has come. We shall be testing it in the coast very soon, but also conditionalities might make it not very efficient everywhere. Repetition. There are quite a number of things that we shall find. This one is under ICT. Forestry has already prepared digitized manuals and everything, protocols for all forest operations. So you can come to our website and get what you want to do in forestry without coming from Turkana to Kefri or elsewhere from our website. We have also demo plots across the country for plantation or woodlots, which farmers can look at, can be trained there on how to do best plantation so that they don't go wrong in trying to invest in forestry as an enterprise. There are also tractor-drawn hawker, which can dig very many holes as compared to putting on labor at a cheaper. It's already in place. Also, land preparation is very critical. It's no more going to plan in grassland your plantation. If you are going to optimize productivity, you might require land preparation through even shamba system. Let us move. These are options and innovations which really can support plantations. When you go to forest restorations, you heard yesterday Geoffrey saying something about drones, about aerial seeding, seed pole. These are technologies which are coming on board. Everything else I've talked about. Also bringing in best model in which those who are users of ecosystem services try to pay back to those who are doing the conservation wherever it is. These are best models which are already working. Some are working in Mount Kenya, and a lot of studies have been done on this. We talked yesterday about site speed matching. You don't need to move. You just get from your platforms. Let us move. I've just said some of these things. I had cleaned it. In bamboo sector, this is a new development, but not new in Kefri. We have been there for 33 years, testing bamboo growing across the country, and we have moved the species. We came in 1986 with 8 species, and we have now moved to 12. And mostly of them are from Asia. We have only one of our own, Oceania, and another one from Ethiopia, which we have also introduced into this country, which is mainly for lowland. We have built the capacity of players. I think one of them will be here. We have done cost-benefit analysis to compare, because many people come and ask, if I want 30 acres put in bamboo, how much do I get as compared to maize or any other enterprise? And this is the job of Kefri and many other players. CATP is also doing cost-benefit analysis of quite a number of enterprises related to forestry. And we welcome, because this one will inform decision-making in investment in the sector. We have also done market surveys or market studies, which I have led since 1999. Not only in the country, but also in the neighboring countries. We know which products are being produced in Tanzania and where they are going. So, and it can enable our investors, our potential traders in timber and other products to get information, and we have been building capacity on how to go about regional trade. So bamboo we have already done studies on this, and we have also mapped the resources in this country. This is not an improved one. We have mapped how much bamboo we have, and what are the potential and what industries it can hold. We have developed a strategy for the country to move into bamboo into a competitive crop. And also, this is very critical. How many innovations are there in turning bamboo into various products for artisanal up to industrial scale? This is ongoing, and there is a lot of room and a lot of space for very many players in this particular sector. Let's move. Woodlot and plantations. This is now where those who are looking at industry, where the rubber meets the road. And KEFRI has done a lot in this area. If you talk of eucalyptus, you might be knowing only 1 or 2. But we have 49 in this country, which are meant for different ecological zones. Some of them have done very well, some of them have done poorly. But if we can get better anywhere else in the world, we can bring. But we think those ones which we have brought are better or best, according to us, for that ecological zone. So this is making that Kenyans are at par with global players. If you want anything, you can get. We have introduced 11 pines. Okay? Even the last introductions were almost 5-6 years ago. Of new pines to back up with already existing 5-6 which were there, and the best ones are usually 1 or 2. Radiata and Bachelor are the key ones. Introduction and promotion of 4 cypress. We have had 4 cypress. Cypress is a very narrow genetic species, and even if breeding innovations are very limited. So we introduced 4, and only 1 is working, and others have had problems here and there, but we still have the germplasm. We have tested, people are saying that indigenous species cannot be grown into plantations. But let me tell you, KEFRI has tested 24 since 1928. We have had 24 indigenous species tested for plantation potential. And we did the latest evaluation in 2007, 2009, 2011 of those who are planted in 1922 up to 70s to see how they have grown, their performance in biomass, and ranking them for purposes of knowing which ones have better potential to enter. But we have had more success in the dry lands than the highlands because there is a lot of competitors up there in terms of productivity. We have developed a lot of other species. Melea volcansi for the dry land. Tortilis is in the second lining up, and Brownie is in the third. We are now moving into breeding of trees in the dry lands, which we have not done many years before. And now, we are now in the second, we are moving to the second generation of Melea volcansi, third generation of Melea volcansi, and first generation of Tortilis, and also first generation of Terminalia brownie. In the coastal region, we have Casuarina, which has been dominant, but we are now introducing greater breeding in Melea borea, Tectonis grandis, and quite a number of other species for purposes of timber and pole. So these are innovations to serve the provenance and species side. We have also moved ahead. Hybrids is a very difficult area, especially for a country like Kenya. But country with large plantations area, it can be good, but because of its potential to mix the pollination, and you have mixed, the mixed hybrids is supposed to be grown the way it is. You don't recollect the seed, and our people are very fond of going collecting seed from where they have seen the tree. So we are bringing in hybrids, but we are testing. They are in our farms, but they are fit for large plantations who can remove after the first rotation and then replace the next generation of hybriding. There are other issues which I could have mentioned elsewhere. As I said, I've cleaned. There are entry of private sector into this area, and they are doing a lot of good job. If you have had Comasa, with almost how many farmers now, 45,000 or 25,000? With 25,000 who are growing trees. We could not do it in the past. I've been in this business for almost 7 years. And we are very happy that smallholders can be able to grow trees. If you move from here 5 kilometers, you can have millions of trees which can serve our markets. Catsby Africa is also here, will be presenting. Better Club was here yesterday, 1 acre farm, and more are coming. We are now registering almost 3 or 4 who are coming mostly in the coastal region. This is making plantation in smallholder interesting. Also, Tree Grower Association to quality control, leverage on markets, and so on are issues which is captured in our policies and legislation. So many players are coming here, and we are seeing brighter in the forest sector. Guidelines on integration of trees to irrigation, guidelines on market surveys, how you undertake and know which tree or which markets exist for you, guideline on estimating financial returns to trees, and comparative analysis with other crops which are competing within that area. Carefree is already done, and you can just go to our website and be able to download. Can we move? In the value addition in manufacturing, I think the chairman has said a lot here. We have not moved very far because of several frequent bans. So innovation into very efficient technologies has not been taking place because some of them are expensive before we downgrade to smaller SMEs. But we still rely quite a number of, and Kenya is a very, responsive country to any technology. So if resources can come in, technologies can move in very quickly. We still in power saw, bench saws, gang saws, with misers. These are the most efficient, and then all others. When we move also to, in the manufacturing aspect of it, there is constituent wood, which are using juvenile, and these are now the area where smallholder can enter into because of the quality requirements, because they only require fiber. And the rotation is also friendly to smallholder, because the trees of 15 or no 5, 6 years can be. Because our productivity in this country, as our Mukunda said, we have reached almost 75 cubic meters per hectare in the best eucalyptus grandis, but average of 26 to 42 for other species, which is very, very high global average. Prefabricated trusses, this is an area, I think some people were showing there. If you saw those ones, it can be prefabricated and can be used for construction. Lamination, I have not put here, I have improved. Lamination is also, we have seen mosaic of a simple material which can be made into, through lamination into various products. Can we move? Those are areas of innovation which many players can enter into. You have seen petri dishes, sugar holders, which are made from laminations, which many small enterprises can enter into. Charcoal is another big business, and there are very many efficient technologies already in existence. Also, as the trees become smaller, we are moving, or fewer, we are moving to briquetting and charcoaling technologies, which many enterprises are entering. There's a lot of opportunities here because there's good market for charcoal. Firewood efficient chigos for domestic and industrial, power generation in gasification are some of the technologies which can efficiently use forestry resources to generate income opportunities and returns to investors. There is another area now, we are almost coming to an end, of apple and medicine. Apple medicine, at one time I was saying, is one of the fastest growing areas of our economic sector, apart from evangelism. Yes, it was growing very fast. Very many players were entering into it. It was only second to evangelism. And these businesses are based on very many, and it's usually informal, most of it, very few have been formalized, are based in fruits, leaves, barks, cams, and resins, tannins, among other products. and they generate some niche and create a lot of opportunities for employment and innovations. Key products are camas, resin, prunas bark, baobab, tamarind fruits. All these are being processed into various products by very many SMEs and informal sectors. And new transformation is entry of private sector with a lot of financial muscle. We are able to transform this sector. I've seen Acacia EPZ, Elekea Kenya with baobab. These ones are more cams and resins, which are really processing and putting them in high value for local market and as well as export markets. This is a very interesting development in the last 6 years, 7 years in this area. Mundia, we had moved it with the CBE for some time until it was already in markets everywhere. But it's a good product. Most of you know this particular species. What do you call it? Which produces Mundia. Aloe is another product which is having a range of products which can be produced. I signed an MA with a Chinese investor with Baringo County, which is going now to do mass processing of aloe in Baringo for purposes of local and export markets. Apple processing and branding, shall be able to see some of them. And there is a lot of global move to nature products. So Chinese and Indians are dominating here, and Kenyans have opportunity to enter into this global market to earn money and employment for the country. Can we move? Woodwork sector, the technologies in the furniture, woodworks. The only thing I can say here is that we are very much behind Mambo ya Nyundo na Nail is no more global way of doing business. But we can still do it here. But now, there are two things. Government policy on procuring furniture from local manufacturers is a plus. Two, our polytechnics and TVETs should move now to global way of doing business. Capacity building on computer-aided design and manufacturing. This is an area where we have not tapped, and this is the global way of going. Prefabricate housing, transmission policy is one of the sectors which has grown since I started monitoring industry from 4 plants in 2004 to 60 plus by 2016, which is a very, very phenomenal growth of 4 plants in 2004 to 60 plus by 2016. Wood carving is a very, very important area. It is having challenges because of the material base and also slamming in international economy, but it's still sustaining quite a number of our people in the woodcraft, and we can diversify into other products. Laminations I've talked about. Let us move. Policies and legislation. This country has done very well. I don't want to enumerate. I think some others might say it. We have done a lot of good environment to enable business to grow and innovations to grow in this country. And we are still even revising the 2016 to bring in more of your views. The law act of 2016 and the draft policy which we have never rectified, 2016, we are still putting in more environment. We are bringing in commercial forestry strategy issues. We are bringing in private issues, county issues. So this country has really done as much as we can in terms of bringing in legislation and policies to bring in private sector and encourage innovation and technology development to support the forest sector. Let us move. Future of the forest sector. In my own prediction, after many years in this forest sector, I'm seeing bright future. There is tremendous growth I've shown you with private sector support and entry, and there are global processes which are bringing in more money for people who want to extend commercial forestry in their farms, and I'm seeing it growing. We are also working a lot, very high, to bring you the best material we can get you any productivity of global standards or global level. That's the work of KEFRI. We don't want you to be behind. We are working with South Africa, Australia, Chile. We can bring you eucalyptus, which can give you the highest productivity. And as I've said, as a country, 75 is above international average, very high. Integrated harvesting, in which we leave nothing. Okay, that is an innovation. There is a lot of segment which many players can enter. Efficient processing we have talked about, and there is very good return. I'm a maize farmer, and when I invest 1 shilling, I get 1.14. That's my average. But if you invest 1 shilling in trees, you get 8 shillings back. So, if you have a lot of money, you can, but this is how growth. The problems have been tenure, policies, too much interference in private sector by idlers, and many others. It will not be good for this country if many players who are not even central to that particular sector keep on disturbing another sector. Lobbyists and other players, they have interfered with other sectors, but they are likely also, and they have a bigger role to interfere with forestry growth. Otherwise, we have very good prospects as a country. And we are moving now trees. As I said, we are doing a lot of breeding and improvement for dryland. We are moving to dryland. Tenure and land use issues still remain in the drylands, but we hope they will be able to iron themselves out. Accelerated tree improvement we are doing, growth in business and employment. I'm now seeing another here, technical and consulting services. The government doesn't have a lot of money to hire extension services and to cover the wide from production, I've mentioned from seed up to manufacturing, branding, and marketing. We don't have. So there is a lot of opportunity for technical and consulting services of technical officers who can provide services to many players who are going to enter into this particular sector. Let us move. What are we looking at? We are looking at many players. There's no more government as we move forward. If you look here, there is Better Globe. If you look at Western Kenya tree growers, which were serving Webuye, they were having 25,000 members. Social investors are coming in, Comasa and many others. Tea estates are expanding, and they are making tree growing as a division as opposed to a department. Because it is growing, it can be self-financing, and it can generate incomes to investors. Let us move. So many players are coming in, and that is good for the sector. In terms of transformation, I've said seed production or seedling production is moving from the soil and trailer to very many variants of high-end technologies. Let us move. This is the transformation which is going to take place. We are no more going to do the seed production, seedling production the way we have been doing. Private sector will bring in a lot of competition, and they will be moved towards very high seedling and efficient technologies. In terms of plantations, with private sector coming in and farmers adopting it, we shall be transforming into very, very good, high productive plantations with the technologies we have. We have everything we can do. It's only the market to work well and investors to put their money well. Let us move. So milling, I've just talked about. The new area is Fenia. Fenia and reconstituted wood will be the area of concern, and then composite areas or lamination will be the new innovations which can add value to smaller enterprises. Let us move. Bamboo, I've just talked about. There are very many products. If you see from bangles, earrings, there's a lot of room here. Furniture, handicrafts, all are coming from bamboo. That's a sector which can be can create a lot of opportunities, innovations, and employment, and create wealth. Let us move. In terms of apple and non-timber, if you go to Mombasa or even here, some parts of Nairobi, you'll see a lot of herbal medicine in different forms. But now transformation into modern products is the way to go. This one is only Mondia, and there are very many of them from prunas. All of them can be transformed in various brands to appeal to the modern population. Let's move. In the charcoal sector, there are very many technologies in place. Have bricks here, have orange, which were there in Baringo. They could produce 400 bags in a week, depending. If you have materials, the technology is there. It's only you to choose. We are moving from, and then the wood loads, you have seen Acacia miansi in Western Kenya, and we are now dealing with Acacia tortilis for the dry land for purposes of charcoal production. High productive breeding. Let's move. Charcoal briquetting I've talked about, and there are technologies which are coming. You can see these products, they will be appearing in supermarkets. These are innovations and technologies and investments into charcoal sector. Let's move. Thank you very much. I think we are together, and with all these investments and innovations from production, supply to consumption in the forest sector businesses, which cuts across various components, will really position the forest sector as an important sector to be the engine of driving the economy of this country, the Big Four agenda, Vision 2030, global processes, and as well as growing wealth, employment opportunities to Kenyans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari, for that comprehensive overview of the forestry sector. One thing for sure is that there's a wealth of knowledge at KEFRI, and probably we need to tap into that. And there's a lot, if there's anything that I keep hearing is opportunity, opportunity, opportunity in the value chain. So we hope that we are all going to take advantage of that so that we can grow the forestry sector. Any questions, comments? I know we must have something online. The microphone needs to move from to there.
Professor Balozi is asking online, Dr. Cheboiwo, rather than working on 49 eucalyptus, for example, why not take a few with high potential commercially and improve or popularize these?
That's all? Yeah, that's all. Okay. From my presentation, I would like to take it like this. I did not say that KEFRI is concentrating on 49. What we have said, in terms of technologies which KEFRI has brought into this country, we have a very, very wide selections to pick from. And it is the responsibility of KEFRI. We don't force you, or we don't cajole you to take any. We bring choices to you depending on where you are and what you want to do. So in these particular choices, we have brought in 49, which are there in our germplasm. But he's right to say that no country, the way I know economics of tree growing, no country has moved beyond 3 to 4 species as a priority, because breeding is a very, very expensive affair. And he's right. KEFRI is now dealing with only one species, Eucalyptus grandis. This is the species we have invested a lot of our resources, because this is the most productive species, which you have said, according to some indicators, we have reached almost 75 cubic meters per hectare. But in the ecological zone setup, or in the higher potential, we still have others which are coming in, like Eucalyptus saligna, Eucalyptus globulus, and in the high potential areas, Eucalyptus europhylla, which are in our radar, because they are also following up in terms of productivity. In case there is a problem with the first line, we can move to the second lines in terms of improvement. But in terms of ecological zonation, we have Eucalyptus tereticonis and camaldulensis for the lowlands, and lowlands and midlands. And this one, we are now embarking on improving them for those areas. So we have been in the highlands, and I've said we have 3 to 4, which are critical, but number one, we are investing a lot of money in Eucalyptus grandis in terms of prioritization. You have to prioritize your small resources you get to get the highest impact. So the 49 are not meant, it means doesn't mean we are investing a lot of our money. These are, we are giving as germplasm for availability in case of any fallback or any emergency which can emerge in the country. Then we can tap into other eucalypts instead of going to look for elsewhere. But with now technology, you can bring it anytime with a very short period. But formerly, we used to give them under germplasm in case of any issue of introductions. So I agree with you that no country can be able to invest in 49. We prioritize, and the one with the highest impact, we really put in more resources. Thank you.
There are more that have come in.
Yeah.
I think the first one is probably not for you. He's asking, why is KEFRI ignoring youths a lot, yet they can easily drive this agenda?
Ignoring youth, yeah?
Yeah. Then there's another one. How can KEFRI help us to market our seedlings to farmers, or can the government assist? I have over 40,000 Melia seedlings. How can we be assisted? They are ready for planting.
Some of them I know, even this farmer with 40,000. The youth, I can say we left the youth and even private sector in terms of forestry issues, but I'm saying in the last 10 years, there is a lot of dynamics in the forest sector, and private sector is entering strongly. Farmers, individual group farmers, private international syndicates and so on are entering. And these people are entering, and most of them have visited them. If you visit Katspi, who is here, most of the people who are really running Katspi now are the youth. In fact, they are barely 28. Because the forestry vision we have is to bring in the youth. Aging people like us of 60s, our time is out with all the technologies. So it's right that we have not been focusing on them, but now KEFRI, we have hired 11 ICT experts, content developers, programmers. Why? As I said, if you want to deal with KEFRI, you don't need to travel. And this, the youth who are ICT savvy will be able to get all whatever they need to enter into production to consumption value chain and innovate and be able to derive some survival and livelihood and employment within there. So we have already putting our products in the website to enable the youth really to get to learn and pick anything they need from the forest sector, and if they need more, then they can contact us for further engagements. We have signed a lot of MOUs with youth groups of various types, and we are assisting them across the country in our 18 sub-centers to really realize their dreams. So we are alive to it. So KEFRI is very, very proactive to the youth, and they are welcome. On the other side of marketing, as I've said, seedlings is the biggest enterprise with the widest range of players in the country. And the issue we have had with Melia, which is our creation of our own, even this farmer is our contact farmer. we are now moving to the second phase, as I've said, of not only breeding the trees, but we are also creating model demonstration to create enthusiasm from farmers in the drylands, the county government in the drylands, and investors, so that these investors, like this farmer, whom we have worked with and we have given him our own seeds, we know the quality of that material of 40,000, and it is in our database. In case of, and we have a lot of them in the database, in case of anybody coming to buy seedlings, we usually take them to these particular farmers. So this farmer, we are aware, and any farmer we are working with, we put them in the database, and we are now moving more. We are certifying all the tree nurseries voluntarily across the country, which will want to work and get support from government. Government will be investing money as part of the 10% forest cover to buy seedlings, county governments and other players. Kenya breweries will be buying seedlings from farmers, and they will be using our database and our guidance to get to where, if they are going to plant in Kwale, we tell them there are these nurseries in Kwale. If he's going to plant in Turkana, we tell them there are these nurseries in Turkana. We provide this kind of species, and these are the price range, and so on and so on. So we are aware of challenges with farmers, and these can be short or long, depending on how many players have entered. The demand and supply balances, they usually try sometimes to become in balance, but in the long run, we shall be able to position to smoothen the supply and demand in any of the products and services which are in this sector. We shall do a lot of research to see how those can be balanced, but we are aware, and we shall be helping any farmer who comes to us. We shall be able to leverage on our information network on getting markets for these products. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Daktari. Thank you very much. I don't think there's anything else to add from that comprehensive presentation. And we continue to engage with KEFRI in various aspects. As they have pointed out, there are a number of opportunities in the value chain. Our next presenter is Dr. Winfred Musila from Kenya Water Towers. She'll be presenting on promoting integrated monitoring systems for sustainable management of water towers in Kenya. And I think she's already ready. Karibu Daktari with your presentation.
into the system. And so we can say that water towers are actually the headwaters of the upper catchments. They are very key, and the forests are very important in enabling this ecosystem to filter and enable the water to percolate in the system. So far, we've been able to identify over 70 water towers. We know already we have 5 major water towers: the Mount Kenya, Abadeas, Cherengani, the Mau, and Mount Elgon. And actually, these 5 major water towers supply 75% of our surface water in Kenya. So far, we've been able to gazette 18, but we have 70 more that are in the process of gazetting them. So you can see the distribution of these water towers in Kenya. Water towers are very key in supporting our sectors. For example, the agriculture. Without water, really, we cannot have food production. Energy also depends on water, the tourism sector, the manufacturing, the health. So generally, water is life. It cannot support all, we cannot support all these sectors without water, and hence the importance of the water towers. But what is happening to our water towers? Our water towers are highly degraded. Why? We've seen people farming on very steep slopes, and this means removing the vegetation. Therefore, we're exposing the land that is supposed to absorb water and then release it into the rivers. And then we've also, this has led, the degradation has led to very deep gullies in some areas. We've also experienced forest fires, especially during the dry season. This is very common. This, of course, destroys the vegetation, and therefore the ecosystem is not able to provide the ecosystem services that makes it function. And then we've also seen unsustainable land management practices. People farming up to the riverbanks. And then another problem is also the issue of invasive species. For example, we have a huge problem of hypomea, especially in the Kajiado-Makueni area. And then there's also the issue of charcoal production, people cutting trees in these ecosystems and to produce charcoal. So what does all this lead? It has a negative impact on our ecosystem. We have declining flows of ecosystem services such as the water, the food, the medicine that we get from the water towers. And it also destroys the biodiversity habitats, and it increases our costs of rehabilitating or restoring these ecosystems the way they're supposed to be. It's against this that the Water Tower Agency is mandated to coordinate and oversee protection, rehabilitation, conservation, and sustainable management of all the water towers in Kenya. And one of our strategic objectives is to ensure that we coordinate and oversee water towers ecosystem health and resilience. What does this mean? How can these ecosystems continue providing us with water? Because we have seen the importance of water tower in supporting our sectors. And for us to achieve this objective, there is need for us to have reliable data, timely information on status of water towers, because it's this information that helps us in decision making. It also helps us to identify areas which require urgent interventions. And what we found is that although we need this information to identify, for example, which areas need to be restored, which area need to be rehabilitated, there's a huge problem. There's an information barrier that inhibits us from restoring the water towers. And here I would like to share some of the barriers that we faced. One, we found that there's inadequate information on status of water towers. As I've mentioned, so far we've been able to identify additional 70 water towers. And we need to know what really, what are the socioeconomic characteristics of these water towers? What biodiversity, where are the springs in these water towers? So we've generally found very inadequate information of these water towers. Another barrier is that there's an uncoordinated approach across partners in monitoring the health of these water towers. How do we collect data? Do we have, like a standard way on how data is collected that can enable us to know that this is the health of this water tower? Processing the data management, is there a way that this data is stored in a particular way such that if it's another agency that requires the data, it's easily shareable? Then we've also found a problem of generally there's no centralized data platform, or mostly data is scattered. If you ask maybe a certain person, can you share with me data, for example, of a particular parameter, you find that it's not really coordinated, it's not really stored in a particular way that it is easily shareable, as I mentioned. Then another thing is that there is no clear mechanism on sharing data among existing interested stakeholders. There is generally limited capacity to monitor the status and health of the water towers. And there is also limited long-term monitoring programs in systematic collection and archiving of data. What am I saying in all this? Really, we know that every year we plant so many tree seedlings. But if we came back like 10 years after, are we able to tell the impact of planting those tree seedlings? Have they matured, for example, to the next stage? How many have survived? So for us really to see the impact of all the interventions that we are doing, or the programs, the projects, we really need to have long-term monitoring programs so that, and then these programs, they need to be monitored so that we can be able to get data, relevant data, reliable data that can be used to enable us make informed decisions. So with this, the Kenya Water Tower Agency developed an integrated monitoring system for collecting and integrating data from various stakeholders. And the main purpose of this is to inform implementation and also to track progress towards restoration of the water towers. So this system is actually a platform which enables us to manage, to visualize water tower information via a web platform. We require a lot of data, really, to understand an system. But as an agency, we cannot really collect all the data, but we know other agencies collect this data. So this, the purpose of this platform is for us to, get data from various agencies. If it's forests, the KFS share data about forests in that particular water tower. It is water, we have WRA. And, we're able to integrate this data, process it, and then from it, you can make informed decision. Is water increasing in this particular water tower, or what is affecting, which areas need to be rehabilitated, which areas are degraded. And I would like to share, why the monitoring system. With this monitoring system, we'll be able to provide updated, comprehensive, and reliable data. We've also developed data sharing protocols, whereby, a certain agency, they collect a particular data, then they know that information can be used to make an informed decision for a particular ecosystem. We've also, this system will also ensure consistent and comprehensive monitoring of key elements, and it also provide a means of tracking impact of projects and programs, as I've mentioned. Let me highlight briefly on the process that enabled us come up with this monitoring system. First, it was a multi-stakeholder-driven process, which involved, coming up with a technical working group from 18 institutions, and most of them were actually state actors. And we also had non-state actors like Nature Kenya. And we got technical support from World Resource Institute. And there I show some of the institutions that were part of the technical working group. As you can see, it cuts across different sectors: Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Water and Sanitation, because all these sectors, one or another, impact the water towers. And from this technical working group, we were able to come up with a framework. The framework is actually a guide, which we were able to identify what to measure and how to measure it. So we were able to identify indicators, how to measure those indicators, and also the criteria of monitoring those indicators. And with this technical working group, we were able to identify 256 indicators that can be monitored in the water towers. And of course, it's quite an expensive venture collecting data for these indicators. So at first, we prioritized 76 indicators that we can get data already from various institutions. From the monitoring framework, we were able to come up with 3 major goals that the monitoring system is geared to achieve. One, we hope to see improved conservation of the water towers, improved productivity, and also enabling policy and institutional environment. If all these are achieved, then we'll be able to actually see the impact of the interventions that we have seen in the water towers. And for each of these goals, we're able to identify which indicator can be monitored in each of the goals. For example, for conservation of water towers, we'd be interested to know, how is the water quality being affected by what is happening in the water towers? What about the biodiversity? For the governance or policy issues, then we're able to monitor, which enabling policies and institutional arrangements are there that would impact on what is happening in the water towers. So the next step was now coming up, translating that framework now into the system. And this meant coming up with a prototype of the system. And with this, we've been able to come up with a dashboard. And this dashboard, beneath it, we have a database and algorithms that enable us to integrate data from the various aspects, from the various sectors that I've mentioned, contributing to this monitoring system. Then we've also been able to develop a data sharing agreement protocol. How can we get data from various agencies? And then we've piloted the system in 3 water towers, that's Eastern Mau, Cherangani, and Makuli in Weni. And we've also been able to train champions who are able to share data from the various institutions that are represented in the technical working group. So in the monitoring system, it's web-based. So we have a home page. We've been able to come up with ways of visualizing that data through maps, through graphs. The key functionalities of this system is that it is able to really integrate data sets collected and processed by various institutions in form of maps and graphs. And as I've said, we've come up with a dashboard. And also, we are able to integrate global data sets. As I've mentioned, we've got support from the World Resource Institute, and they have these global data sets, for example, on fire alerts. And we've also been able to integrate this in our platform. So we can see, we can also observe fire alerts within the water towers in Kenya. And another functionality of this system is that we are able to monitor trends in land cover and land use changes in the water towers. We're able to identify degraded areas in the water towers for rehabilitation, and also provide real-time alerts of deforestation in the water towers. And we can also show population densities within the water towers. It can also show spatial distribution of springs and also their status in the water towers. It can visualize the biodiversity hotspots, and also track economic indicators, economic growth indicators within the water towers. Another important thing is that you can customize data processing. If you want to understand a particular aspect within the water towers and the data exists, then from the dashboard, you can be able to select which parameters, and then you can generate, for example, land cover statistics of a particular area. I show an example of Cherangani Hill. Here, we can show, it shows a map with the priority areas for rehabilitation. So really, this is a platform which, it integrates all these aspects, data collected, both primary and secondary data, and you can integrate it through algorithms. And from it, you visualize and see, yes, this is the area that I need to go and rehabilitate. The innovative bit of this monitoring system is that we are able to, the aspect of just integrating or collecting data sets from various databases. As I've mentioned, we are collecting data from both national and global databases and displaying them in one central dashboard. So it's like a one-stop shop where you can learn a lot about what is happening in the water towers, and from this you can make an informed decision based on the information. And then another thing is that from the dashboard there's what we call that user-defined criteria. You can really pick what aspects you are interested in and visualize. As I've said, we can use either maps or graphs to visualize the trends of what is happening in a particular water tower. So what lessons have we learned in this process? One, there's need really to have a goodwill among institutions. They need to understand why am I sharing my data? Another thing is what we've also learned is that a large pool of data, both national and global, and therefore there's need to develop algorithms to mine this data, to process it, and also visualize. And there's need to have skilled personnel on data science and system development, capacity building, especially on data management. Another lesson is that we can harness mobile applications. And with these mobile applications, they can help us to crowdsource data so that every time we don't have to send people to the field to collect data. And then there's need for data sharing guidelines. And then there's also need to have a win-win strategy, for people really to share for institutions to share their data. They need to understand what is it in for me, what do I need, how will I benefit from this? And I think we've been able to achieve this as an institution. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Daktari, for that presentation. We'll take any questions or comments for Dr. Musila from Kenya Water Towers. I need the microphone to pass to Dr. Cheboy, the microphone that is going round.
Please, I don't know whether you can give me just 2 minutes to show a demo of the system as we wait for questions. Just 2 minutes, kindly.
Tarif, proceed, please. 2 minutes, it is.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, yes. So with that, my colleague Stephen Kibet will share and demonstrate. Kibet, please.
Yeah, so basically, I hope you can all see my screen. So what you see there is actually the dashboard. The introduction shows basically what Dr. has shared in terms of the distribution of the water towers, and the key areas that we are focusing: conservation, production, and governance. So there are several links. If you see the critical calls, then there is the section on the maps, then we have the dashboard. So when you have a look at the critical calls, we are focusing on the 3 water towers, and you can see where we have the maps, where we have the trends. And then when we move to the dashboard, you are able to see trends in tree cover loss over time. And on the next side to side, you can see the carbon emission result from the tree cover loss. And these are global data sets that we are mining from global databases. We are able also to provide information on the population. And the good thing is that when you move your cursor, you're able to see highlight on the figures on the population. Then you're able also to see the land cover trends. For instance, in East Mau, you can see the land cover trend specifically focusing on cropland and forest over time. And when you want to see the composition, you also have a graph here that shows the composition. Then the other thing is that is a Charangani, a replica of the same. What is in the water towers? Then when we look at the maps, you are able to see, you're able to do a lot in the maps. You can see that is East Mau. You can zoom in. You can actually uncheck the layers if you want to look at something. You can also see areas that we have experienced forest loss. You see the red areas. And the feature that Dr. talked about in terms of analyzing, you see there is a pattern here. When you click on that, you're able to select the layers that you want. And the good thing is that when you select the layers, automatically it runs the analysis online, and it generates your graphs the way you want. So basically, when you look at data indicators, like Dr. Chapai was talking about the contribution of the water towers, you can easily see from the dashboard the contribution of the water towers to the economy. And you can see crop farming being among the highest in the list. And also when you move to the employment, you can see the trends over time. And as Dr. Musila has said, this data we have collected from the institution that we are working with in terms of economy, it was mainly Kipra, and we are still continuing to update this database. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is that data available on your website?
So the link is still a prototype, but we will be updating to the website.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Chiboyo, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm seeing that you have already preempted, yes, because we must appreciate that specialization which come with some agencies is quite good, because the information they are now providing was difficult to get some times back. So it has been able to really focus on key areas on matters water tower. But my question, I don't know now, but let me go to the basic ones. If this database have key players or key drivers in these particular water towers, and also it could have some direction on actions to mitigate, manage, or reverse the actions of these drivers. if they are available, so that when somebody moves to Mau, he can know what are the drivers where in that particular mapping, and what are studies showing which are measured, so that it can become easier for intervention by various players who can come instead of repeating or redoing, because doing this is very expensive. So if I don't know if the key drivers and players on every component of that map, I'm seeing red. It look like one of the settlers or inverter somewhere. So is this information of key drivers and players within a water tower or a segment of a water tower available, and what are the recommendation, also mitigation measures? And I'm also happy when the young man has just come in, that water towers are not only the big forests. According to our investigation, in fact, where in some water towers, settlements are more than the forest. So most of the water are emanating from people's farms. Hence, we require really to document, and I've seen they could be having also farms as part of the overall water tower, in which actions which takes place in the farm really contribute significantly to the quality and the quantity of water coming out of that water tower. So I hope what they are presenting in the maps is not only the forested areas, but also the farms which form part of the continuum of the water tower ecosystem. Thank you.
Could I comment?
Please do, Daktari. I know we have another question, but yep. You can comment before the other question comes in.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Cheburu. Yes, we also collect data on the stakeholders that are working in a particular water tower, and this is also fed into the integrated into the database. And we don't end our data collection at the forest boundary, but we take a 5-kilometer buffer. And for example, the map that is being shown there shows the population density of people who are living around the water tower. Remember, those are the people who have an impact on the water tower. We also understand the socioeconomic characteristics, and also, this helps us to identify what interventions we can implement in those areas. For example, community livelihood projects, they need beekeeping so they don't depend so much on what is in the water towers, so that the water tower can continue providing the ecosystem services it does. So yes, we also have information on the players and also the drivers. What is really driving the degradation of that? Thank you.
My question, I'll start first with the comment. Dr. Musila, first to appreciate the innovation that IWTMS represents, and especially its potential for improving the valuation of forestry and the forestry ecosystem. Now, the question that I have is, you mentioned that one of the functions or the utilities of the IWTMS will be enabling policy. And what I'm seeking to understand, I don't know if you're the right person to ask this question, is do you think that IWTMS will enable us make a better connection between the pricing of water and forest conservation and the role of forest and forest as an economic production that leads or that sustains access to clean and accessible water? And therefore, could we potentially see a more economic and a more economic opportunity cost valuation for water and water extraction based on the information that's now going to be generated from this particular application, and a better understanding of land cover and all those statistics that will now emerge from this particular application?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I believe this monitoring system can influence policy, especially on the issues to do with the water as a service. Because as my colleague has shown, maybe Kibet, you can run down, you know, we do economic valuation of the water towers. So we are able to see, you know, which economic service is being provided by a particular water tower. And if you integrate this data with, you know, the population density and population density, the land cover, land use, you're able to see the trends. If the population density is increasing, then that should be linked to, I mean, if the population density is increasing, people are impacting negatively on the water tower, vegetation is decreasing, then of course that will have an impact on the water recharge of that particular water tower. So we do have information on the economic value of the water tower. And I believe this is information that, you know, can help us really to push the agenda of payment for ecosystem service, because we'll be able to say, look, this is the amount of water that, you know, is coming from this water tower. These are the number of people that are depending on this water tower, or number of sectors that are dependent on this water tower. And hence there's need for these people to contribute to conservation of this water tower. So yes, this monitoring system can be able to provide that information and hence advise on payment for ecosystem services that particular water tower. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Can we take some questions online?
I have some question. You can see my hand is up on the screen.
Yes. Yes, you could ask the question. Please proceed. It is good. Just tell us your name and then you can ask the question.
Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Yeah, my name is Paul Ngugo.
Thank you, Paul.
I want to appreciate the presentation so far. I just have some two concerns. One is that monitoring is very important. But what is more important is what we do with the results of that monitoring process. And I think for a long time we have continued to associate water quality and water quantity closely with forest condition. And yet we know, as Dr. Cheboy has indicated, that some of the water towers or areas which are important for water system management in our country are actually outside the forest areas. It is time that we start thinking, when we think about managing water systems, water towers included, to start considering the whole issue of plant ecosystem. I mean, plant biodiversity. How are we managing our plant biodiversity in all the areas which are associated with water quality and water quantity? Because the forests are reducing, the forest areas are actually reducing at a very fast rate. And in some areas, for example, if you take Yarangani water towers, or even Mount Elgon or Mau, actually, those forest areas are patches, and their patches are even smaller than the settlements. So when we associate water management, water quality and water quantity wholesomely to forest ecosystems, and we don't enlarge this thinking to include plant biodiversity, then the loss of plant biodiversity, including grass, is actually what is contributing to the poor quality and quantity of water in our country. Let us widen, even this monitoring tool can be widened to include areas which are outside the forest ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Dr. Msila, could respond, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Gugo. Yes, I agree with you that we really need also to capture the issue of biodiversity. And it's not only plant diversity, it is, the biodiversity wholesomely. So as an agency, with support of national museums and other partners, we normally map biodiversity hotspots within the water towers. And this is information that is also fed into the platform. So, one can link these biodiversity hotspots to the conservation efforts that are being done, and also to the water quality and quantity. So yes, I agree with you, information on biodiversity is very important, because it's that biodiversity that enables the water towers to perform the function, to produce that water that we see. Because it's an ecosystem, we are using an ecosystem approach. So the ecosystem health is very important, and that is brought about by the diversity that it hosts. So it's not only plant, but all the biodiversity. So be it animals, be it birds, be it fungi, all those contribute to the health of that water tower. And we normally map the biodiversity hotspots within the water towers. The other question was, so after the monitoring system, what next? This is a system that enables us as an agency to come up with what we call the water tower status reports. As I mentioned, one of our mandates is to coordinate and oversee. You cannot coordinate and oversee if you don't understand the ecosystem. So if, for example, we're in a forum and one needs to understand what is happening in a particular water tower, and we've done an assessment of that and fed that into the platform, then it's easy to share, to stakeholders and know, look, these are the trends of land cover, land use in a particular water tower. So this monitoring system enables us to understand the status of water towers. And this status reports that we come up with, we also share with the National Assembly, they help them to make informed decisions. We're able to know also which areas need urgent intervention, which areas need to be rehabilitated. So our system, the information from our system can help us a lot in advising on priority areas for implementation, and also community livelihood projects. Where can we implement? Thank you.
I think Dr. Cheboyo had a comment, and there's someone who needs to be muted. Somebody who needs to mute. Thank you. Daktari?
Yeah, thank you. I think Paul Ongugo really almost captured what I was saying, but I was worried of 5-kilometer area of operation or scope. We know this country very well. When you look at Mau, Cherangani watershed divide, most of the areas, if you count, it's almost 90% are on farms. So the focus of Water Tower Agency, when I got a 5-kilometer scope, is worrying to me, and I think it worried also Paul on Google. So what we are requesting is we can extend this scope to be more than wider, so that, because you are now a focused agency, so that it really covers the farms, because this country is water scarce, and most of the catchment, as we know, if you move from Olposimoru, Londiani, Molo, Timbaroa, up to Kaptagat, the divide, you'll see farms form 90%, even to the top of the divide, where the western Lake Victoria and then Lake Baringo, they are in farms. So the 5-kilometer scope will not provide us as much into the 50 years we are looking at. So with resources, please move the scope to cover the entire, so that agriculture will be part of the obligation interactions, or Ministry of Agriculture, those who are dealing with farmers, will form part of your clients, not only the KFS and so on, in terms of management of water catchment areas into 50 years from now. I think that was only a comment, so that the scope can be really, because it's a bigger than what we are dealing with within the 5-kilometer scope. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari, for the comments. That's well noted.
Do we have any other questions for Daktari? It appears there's a question online.
There is
One question here. Every year, around the month of September and October, Kulu Hills is normally on fire. What causes this fire, and what can be done to control and eradicate the fire? This has wide effect on the rains on the area. Then there's a question that has been recurring. This, I think, is not for either of the presenters. It's about reimbursements. I think we'll address this towards the end. We'll give a concrete answer on this.
Thank you for the question about the Chulu Hills and the issue of fire. Yeah, that's correct. Every dry season, Chulu is always on fire. And, one reason is because of human factor. Because, during the dry season, the only place where you can get, a good pasture is within Chulu, because a part of Chulu is, and the national park. So you find that the pastoralists who live around Chulu, they often set part of Chulu on fire so that, pasture can sprout, and their cows can enjoy green grass from there. And, considering that Chulu is a young volcanic landscape, then you find that it's very difficult also to control that fire. So Chulu is forever burning because of the nature of the soils. So now, what can be done? As I mentioned, from the global data sets from the World Resource Institute, they have what we call the fire alerts. And since we are able to know that a particular area is burning, then the next step would be now implementation. What can partners, what can stakeholders within that area do to control that fire? One would be, of course, to try to educate the people who live around the area, or even give them an alternative place where they can take their cows from. Yeah. So yes, we have the alerts that we can use. They can help us to plan and know that a particular area is burning. We really need to run there and control it, but also engage the stakeholders to know the impacts of that fire on the landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. I think we have to leave it there, but we really appreciate your presentation and the issues that you brought to the fore, and your innovation and the things that you're doing to monitor what is happening in our water towers. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. We have to move on. I think we are a bit
Thank you.
Doing badly with time, so we have to present a bit quickly, and we won't take as many questions as we have. Otherwise, we will be here the whole day. Our next presenter is Mr. Victor Mwanga, and he's going to present on drone technology in forest monitoring and innovative financing for forest. Mr. Mwanga? No. Mr. Mwanga? Mr. Victor Mwanga? You ready? All right.
we have with Kenya Forest Service, we are now employing qualified forest managers trained in Londiani, who become now the heads, the technical heads of all the nurseries. Next. So I won't dwell so much in this, but these are some of the areas that we are in. And if you move to the next slide, where we have the totals. So far, we are active in 17,328 hectares of terrestrial ecosystems, and those areas have a planting capacity of 40,535 million seedlings, which translates to about a density of 2,500 seedlings for every hectare that we've adopted. Next. Other than just the terrestrial ecosystems we're working in, we also have a very heavy presence in our mangrove ecosystem down at the coast. And if you move to the next slide, you can basically see the numbers. So this is what we are doing within the Mau, where we've adopted 10,700 hectares. Next slide. That's the Kijabe region, which is uplands and Kinale forestation. We've so far planted 3,512,000 seedlings and employed approximately 170 local community members who are drawn from CFS, CBOs, and self-help groups. Next, please. We're also in Meru, and this is probably important to note. The Lower Imenti forest had all been invaded by Lantana Camara, so we are trying to get in to clear the Lantana Camara and rehabilitate that area. But where our main focus is in Lower Imenti is to employ a technology that we call island planting, which is dense planting of trees in a small area, so that we have all these islands coming up together and then forming natural forest back. We also have some activity in Naivasha, 1,013 hectares, land that we've adopted from Calro, and we are rehabilitating that because of River Malewa and how it affects Lake Naivasha. Next, please. In Q4 this year, we are adopting the and we are looking at how to restore the Gwasi Hills. And again, that is through an Adopt a Forest framework with the Kenya Forest Service. Next. So I talked a bit about the mangrove, so I won't dwell so much on that. But basically, we have about 210 community members actively participating in reforestation of the mangroves. And so these are the numbers for 2021 year to date. 3.3 million mangroves planted so far, and 3.2 million terrestrial trees planted so far. Those are statistics this year. So we have a very simple principle, which is keeping it super simple. We call it KISS. And so I'll demonstrate a bit of that in the next slides. So again, here, we are so far employing seed ball, the seed ball technology, seedling nurseries, bare roots, direct seeding, mangrove propagules. We are thinking that singling will be something that we can talk about, especially for Leleshua, which is ordinarily can grow into a good understorage. This is a small video on how we do our seed ball production on site. If you could, next, please. If you could go back once. Don't know why it's not loading. Just one back. Try and click on that. Okay, so probably what, I don't know, Michael, was this linked up Was this picked up directly? Was it put on a flash disk? Or because we needed to demonstrate how simple it is to roll seed balls, and if the technical team can get on with that at one point. If you're able to carry on with the presentation from directly online instead of putting it onto. There is a link to it. Great. So basically, that's, if you can start it from the beginning. So that is a community member. Those are seeds, some bits of mud there, picking up a seed and rolling it into a seed ball. And so instead of mechanizing or automating this system, because one of our main objectives is to offer employment to local communities, we then have in each of our nursery 10, mostly women, rolling out seed balls. And each is able to roll about 2,000 seedlings every day. We can move to the next slide. So basically, these are the stages in seed ball production. So the lady is rolling, drying them up, packing them, and then taking them into the field for planting. And one of the key things you'll notice here is that this lady has a bag on her waist, which is full of seed balls of different species. She has a panga in one hand, and she has seed balls. So the seed balls are not being just dispersed into the field, but they actually have contact with the ground. So when it rains, and if they're good holding seedlings, seeds, which we do, then we are able to have direct contact with the soil, and this is able now to sprout. So this actually makes it work in seed balls, and we've recorded up to 95% survival rates on seed balls when we do them in this way. And here you can see that that is a seed ball that has actually sprouted because of the direct contact with soil. Next. Same thing with mangroves again. One of the things that we noticed when we started operations in Kenya is that propagules were being picked from the mangrove forest, taken into a nursery, held in the nursery for about 6-7 months in potting tubes, then brought back for planting. What we do at Eden is we get collectors of propagules who then take them directly to planters who prick them directly into the mud. And that is the reason we've invested in the boats in Mombasa for collection of the propagules and then taking the planters into the planting sites and pricking them directly into the mud. Next. And so that is just the activity of how we are able to grow the mangroves. And each of these guys is able to plant at least 2,000 mangrove propagules every day. So where we have 20 planters, that means that we can plant up to 40,000 propagules every day. And that is 4 hectares every day, stretched from Lamu all the way to Chuda in Mombasa. And so we're basically looking, and this is part of helping out Kenya Forest Service with the people who are the biggest problem to forests, the communities living around them. Our target is to have 800 people employed by December of this year in all our active planting sites. Next, please.
So, talking about technology, what is it that we do? One is we employ GPS and make permanent photo points, either using a theodolite or a diopter. And every time we go into a planting site, we take photos, same place, facing same direction, and we put that in such a way that if you go in and you're not taking photos from the same point, then the system would not be able to upload that photo. That then gives us the ratios of survival rates, the species present, the DPH, and natural regeneration that is occurring as a result of all these trees coming up. We also do drone monitoring, which is a very simple technology. And this in here covers for us the entire Mau in about 3-4 hours. We are able to cover the entire Masai Mau by taking photos. And it's a very simple technology, and we are discussing this with the Kenya Forest Service and the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority to look at how this little gadget, excuse me, that deployed and remaining on one battery. So basically you have a set of batteries. And so each battery lasts us up to 20 minutes in the air. We can push it up to 500 meters above sea level. And so we are able to take very nice aerial pictures. And depending on how you program it, you can ask it to have facial recognition. And so if there are loggers, and we've done this, and there's a video that we will try and share, where it can pick facial recognition, the enforcement guys in Kenya Forest Service can actually identify and know who that is. So if we deploy this from here now, chances that we can easily go around the Karura forest and have a look at it and get the videos back here in about, half an hour, are very high. And we can see any destruction that is going on. And I'll show you more, I'll demonstrate about how the drone technology works. So again, just because of the photos that we take out of the drone, we can look at livelihood impacts. So if an area, and because of the people that we employ within the community, we can see what has changed. Has a kiosk come up? Has there been an improvement in the living condition of the people in that village? So the drone does a lot of work for us in monitoring and checking our social impacts within communities. Next. So talking about technology and how we are able to monitor forests, these are our permanent photo plots. And we took this in one of our projects in Madagascar. 2010, that is how the mangrove area looked like. 2 years later, the mangrove was at West High. In 2014, it had already covered the degraded area. And in 2016, 6 years later, the mangrove had fully regenerated in that area. Next. And sorry, so just so that we also look at a slide back, please. So we have all these pictures that we take, and we share that with our partners, especially Kenya Forest Service, so that they are also able to track within their system what it is that we are doing out there in the field. Next, please. So I spoke about this as we were looking at the drone. But again, the NDVI to us is one of the things that the drone has the capacity to give to us in terms of our monitoring and reporting systems. Next. So these are, and there were, in Dr. Msila's presentation, there was something about the overlays. And so basically, once we take an image with a drone, we do an overlay on Google Maps. And if you go to the next one, you'll see. So in here, you see all the dark, the red marks are showing fully degraded areas. And so every time we keep on flying the drone, and as we rehabilitate the area, you start seeing all these red turning into green. And after 5 years, our expectation is that all that area in Kijabe will be fully green. Next. So again, drones are becoming increasingly a major player in forest conservation and landscape management. And it's key that now for the Ministry of Environment in Kenya to start having negotiations with the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority to look at how we can fast track the licensing and the issuing of licenses to qualified drone flyers, especially in the forest sector. And that will be one of the keys, the key factors that will drive technology, the drone technology in forestry management. Next. So as an organization, what is it that we do? We keep it simple. We care for the poor. We plant trees at a very affordable rate. So we are able to plant a tree and take care of it at 10 shillings. That includes seedling, planting, maintaining the tree up to 5 years when we come out of a planting area. And so far, we have 1,300. And time allowing, probably just request to deploy the drone here a bit so that you see how simple it is. Okay, so, and with Mr. Nahama here today, when we employ the community, we pay NHIF and NSSF for them. So that in itself takes their mind away from logging, charcoal burning and all that. They then have access to clean water because they have better buildings. They have some little money to invest in gutters and tanks. Education. One of the things that we've noted is micro-enterprises coming up around our sites, where you have now people making food around sites and so on and so forth. Next. So basically, in whatever we do now, our biggest partner is the Kenya Forest Service, out of whom we have adopted 22,800 hectares of land in both terrestrial ecosystems and mangrove ecosystems. We've just adopted 5,700 hectares in a framework of a partnership with Kenya Water Towers for Masai Mau, where we expect to plant about 14 million trees and employ up to about 300 to 400 people. We have also adopted the Kalro land in Naivasha, 1,013 hectares, where we've started planting. And our biggest partners in the community are CFS, BMUs, CBOs, and self-help groups. Those are the people we work with. So with your permission, and probably there's a video, I don't know if, Michael, did you share it? the drone. So we flew the drone over the CAS FM Sierra Leone that is in the Masai Mau. And no, everyone were taking their cattle into the forest. They were all running away and people hiding in houses. And so it was very hilarious. Let us just listen in. So this is in an area called Koben. Do we have sound in it? As you saw the sound, I'll just get the drone on. So then, using your normal data cable, you connect the controller to the phone, and then switch on the controller, and the app will automatically connect to the phone. So that way. So it's connected. So takes some little time to connect, but as it's connecting, we then switch on the drone itself. So 2 presses on the battery, and it comes on. So it will ask you whether you want to go to fly, so you say go fly. And then to launch it, you have several. So I'm already seeing it's already come on, so I can see each one of you in here. So you go to deploy, and you slide it out. And so there you go. So you can move it. And all you need to do on your phone is just keep on taking your photos. And you can also, the camera, you can have a look at a wide range, or you can zoom the camera and see exactly what it is that you want to see. And so if I want to check Dr. Cheboyo's picture, I'll take it. If I want to take a video. So if we're in the forest and we see a logger, we just take the picture and we push it onto KFS, and they're able to do what they need to do. And so we can keep it up in the air for 20 minutes or whatever time we want. Chairman, because you're too close to it and it has sensors, it cannot move further. so when you want to land it, you actually just ask it to come back home, or if it runs out of charge. So for whatever distance it covers, it will always have some charge in it, and that will enable it to come back home. So it will tell you it's coming back home. So thank you so much. I'll take any questions that are there.
Hiyo kitu karibia.
Tell us. Okay. So in here we were in Masai Mau. We deployed the drone, and one of the villagers came to tell us the experience out there and what was happening. So let us listen in.
Hiyo kitu nakitia. Alafu hata mimi namwambia watu hapana iko zingine ndio alilete ingine. Sasa hiyo usitoroke sana. Anafunika huko namna gani? Anasema na area. Anafunika huko. Lakini wanafanya namna gani wao? Anafunika. Nakuba bango. Asionekane na bango. Ambia ndaenda kuchukua kwa nyumba sasa. Naona yuko na miti. Naona alikuwa amekata miti msitu anatupa. Wewe unasema nini? Hata kama iko sasa huwezi kuja leo area. Napotea kabisa. Umeona ndege? Naona nasema natafuta sisi. Mbaya sana. Ambia watu ninapiga picha. Na ikikupiga picha wanakujia kwa nyumba. Unafunika huko.
Thank you very much, Victor. We want to appreciate Victor, please. And I'm sure there are some comments, questions.
And as I said, we must appreciate the many opportunities which are there in the forest sector, as I've said. Victor is a very new player, and he has already positioned himself with quite a number of issues. And I'm wondering if we can see thousands of Victors joining in the forest sector operations. I've known him, when I was surprised today, it can change overnight. I've known him in bamboo sector for some time now, and he's now moving into restoration. This is a very, very good effort, and I hope you will be able to register all these seedlings in our ministry hub so that we can capture your work. Otherwise, I was only saying that the opportunities are enormous. If Peter has already moved into 2 only in less than 2 years, then what about all of us? Thank you very much.
I have some comments. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you, Paul. Please proceed.
I go ahead. Thank you. I want to congratulate Victor. I've also known him for a while in the bamboo sector. Just 2 issues. This is good work. My comment is related to the coverage and applicability. We know the drone technology is already very advanced in many countries. and actually is now important in monitoring forest areas. Given that we have these three types of land ownership in our country, a forest occur, that is the public forest, the community forest, and also private forests. I want to focus mainly on the the community managed forests. Most of the forests which are really degraded in our country are actually those community forests which are now wholly under the county governments. And I have not had this monitoring technology, how it is linking up also with the forest managed outside KFS jurisdiction. Hey, what is happening? Hello? Are you there?
We can hear you. I think there was just an interference from one of the participants. Just continue, please.
Now, how are we linking these monitoring systems to be of use, for example, in the county managed forests? Because that is where degradation and destruction is really happening at even a worse state degree than what is going on in public forests. And then secondly, my comments on the different planting technologies which have been adopted by Eden project. I want to focus mainly on the seed ball. We know that a lot of research has been done over the years, and the reasons why we ended up adopting the use of seedlings in many planting situations are well recorded. And it's appearing from his evidence that seed ball planting is becoming even more successful than other planting approaches or methods. Now, we know that seed ball without proper preparation of site may not be as successful as being claimed. I want to get this experience, especially if he compares sites which have been prepared and sites which are not prepared. How is the establishment percentage when one uses seed ball versus tree seedlings? Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you again, Dr. Cheboyo and Dr. Ngugo. Just to assure you that I've not moved out of the bamboo. It's just supplementing what we can do across the country. So I still have a passion for bamboo, and I still chair the Bamboo Association of Kenya. So seed balls and site preparation, that indeed is one of the things that we've noticed, and that is why in my presentation you actually saw a lady with seed balls with a panga making a little hole and putting the seed ball there. So the first thing is contact with soil is important. The second thing is, and this is what's happening a lot in our country, that we go in and plant trees, but we don't grow trees. So we go and disperse the seed balls, and we expect that they will grow. So what we've done, and we've successfully done this in Eden, is we put the seedlings, the seed balls in the soil, and then we ensure that in all those areas that we've put seed balls, one, either we've put the dominant species of that area under any shrubs that are there, and there's no interference with the soil, with grass. And as soon as they sprout, we have teams of people moving in and cutting the grass around them so that there's no competition with them. In some other cases, we find areas that are rocky and bare, so they don't have any competing weeds or grass, and so we plant them there successfully. Again, the other thing that must be considered when making seed balls is how well that particular species of seed or tree stores. if you have a seed that does not store well, that means that as soon as you put it in the mud, the next thing with any little moisture, it will start sprouting. And even before you move it to the planting sites, it will already have started shooting out of the ball. So the storage of the seedling, the viability of the seedling to hold for some time before it shoots is key in picking the species of trees that you want to make your seed balls out of. But obviously, for like what Kefri is employing, if the land is prepared well, it doesn't have any competing weeds, then it becomes very simple to do aerial dispersal, and you have a mix of success factors in there, depending on how well the seed balls touch the ground. I hope that I've answered your question, Paul.
For the second one on...
Paul, we need to take another question. Maybe you can engage with Victor later. There's someone else who had a question. Let me take...
Can I go?
Thank you, Victor, for the good presentation and even for the showing us. I'm interested in the drone. Wanted to understand the drone, the way it works. Does it do the actual mapping of the locations that you fly it up? And for that reason, what area have you mapped, especially in the coastal region? We're interested in the mangrove. We've been, with my organization, we've been planting and doing mapping of the mangrove areas in the coastal region. So we wanted to understand what amount of area have you mapped? And then you've talked about livelihoods, but I didn't understand exactly how you support the local livelihoods and the project areas, and how do you plan your sustainability and restoration? Thank you.
Thank you. So the drone has very many different capabilities. Just like the way with pilots fly planes, you can put it on autopilot and give it instructions on what you want it to do. So you can give it coordinates, and it will be able to go around a polygon, draw it out, pick any salient features, focus on them, and bring you the data back. You can go in and fly it manually, and you can take videos. You know, you can land, you can pick anything that you want to pick from that area and take it back. So it depends on really the kind of information the organization or the pilot wants to pick. So if it's mapping, you put it up, and it will give you, you know, it's run in like zigzag lines, picking them up and giving you the salient features that you're looking for. Or if it's for enforcement, you can send it out on face recognition, and it will go out there, and any movements, it will be able to pick that out. If you want to look like in forests where there are grazers, and you want to know the number of cows or cattle or sheep or goats that are getting into the forest, you can actually ask it to go into the forest. It will get that information for you and bring it back. If you want to look at say like the DBH, to a certain extent, it can give you a bird's eye view of the health status of the forest in whichever area you want to take it. So it's up to you to tell it what you want it to do, and it'll do it for you. You talked about livelihoods, and which is actually a slogan is employ to plant. So when we move into an area, the first thing that we do is we get, in partnership with KFS, we adopt an area that in their interest and in our interest meets the rehabilitation strategy, and also has a mix of inherent forest issues with the community. So we move in there, we identify people. Where we are setting up a nursery, we identify nursery workers. Where we are going in, like in the mangroves, which is your focal area, we work with the BMU, CFS where they exist, and we identify who are the most vulnerable people in that community. We then give them an opportunity for employment. We pay fair wage price, which is 20% more than the minimum wage in the Employment Act. We pay their NSSF and we pay their NHIF, and now we are just in the process of getting them into circles where they can be able to borrow money. So, and this happens sustainably. So we don't get into an area, plant during the rainy season and go out. Any single of our projects has to run for at least 5 years so that there's a social, economic impact with that community, and within that period of time, if there are any loggers, and that is one of the things that we do, loggers, charcoal burners, we give them priority to be enrolled into the program. So it takes their mind away from the illegal activities that they were doing, and where now they are able to earn a fair wage that is sustainable, and they don't need to run away from any law enforcement agencies.
Let's take the question, our last question, please.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Eric Nahama, working for KFS. I want to congratulate Victor for the good presentation. And Eden Reforestation is a strategic partner of KFS, but that I'll leave to Mr. Noor, who will talk more about it. The only question I have here is, how much does it cost to get that device, the drone? Because I believe most participants would like to know if they can be able to afford it. Number two, is it easy to start operating? Is it that I can just buy from the shop and start operating the following day, or there are certain protocols that I need to follow? The other part I leave to Mr. Noor, maybe join us later.
So, Eric, just like a vehicle, you can get a vehicle for as low as 200,000 shillings, and you can get a vehicle for as much as 1 billion Kenya shillings, depending on how you want it customized. But for the average drone that would be able to give KFS the kind of data, the kind of information that they're looking for, it would be anywhere between 300 to 500,000 Kenya shillings, and that has capability. The higher you go in range, you have drones that you can keep in the air up to about 6 hours. And some of them, you actually don't need them at the forest station level. You need them at headquarters, and you can deploy them from headquarters and have it do what you want it to do for you in the country. But at the forest station level, you can have a drone maybe slightly lower in spec than this, that the enforcement guys can use to just run around the forest and see what's happening. So it depends on the scope and the specs of what you want the drone to do. So flying of the drones, and there's legislation which is in place. One, it must be registered by the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. And two, you must have licensed pilots to fly it. And so that is one of the things that I think KFS and Kenya Civil Aviation need to work very closely with, so that we can encourage more players bringing in this type of equipment to just help the service in getting some of the information that you want to get out of the forest.
I think I'll have to stop it there. We will just have to engage.
Please allow me to thank Peter and also Eden Rehabilitation. On behalf of the Chief Conservator of Forest, I want to recognize the contribution this partner has made in terms of supporting the rehabilitation of activities in the various parts of the country. Indeed, Eden is one of the biggest players. He came in recently and he's making a lot of difference. We would like to appeal to other partners also to follow the suit. And it is very encouraging to hear that they're able to reduce the cost of, maybe they're able to maintain, to do planting, raising of seedlings, planting at the cost of 10 shillings per seedling. I think that's very encouraging. We explore maybe to see how possible that can be so that we can upscale it further. Otherwise, I think on behalf of the Chief Conservator of Forest, I want to thank Eden Rehabilitation for the good work that they are doing. Chair, on the other point is that the presentation seems to be very interesting today, but at the speed that we are going, I don't think whether we are going to make it. And I don't know which you need to find a way of how we are going to engage maybe a faster gear. We are now at almost 11:30, and we have done only three presentations for today. Maybe we can explore the possibility how we can move faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noor. I think that is a point well taken. We need to move a little faster. And so in the interest of time, we'll probably not take as many questions, but you can create other forums where we can get our questions answered. I want to move to the next presenter, and thank you very much, Victor. We really appreciate you. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. I want to move to the next presenter, who is, I'm just going to tweak things a bit because our CEO for Youth, National Youth Council, had requested that he presents right now. So we want to make one presentation, we'll go for a break, then we come back and quickly go through the other presentation. So I invite Mr. Telewa to present on youth involvement in forestry and forest innovation.
Can you hear me, Tim?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Our moderator for the session, all the dignitaries present in this session today in our conference, and of course acknowledging my friend Noor, who is representing our chief, our CCF, and all the team members, good morning. I know we've had great presentations, and I'm not going to go so much into presentations, having also had the feedback from Noor. Allow me just to make a commitment in terms of from the youth. I was scheduled in to be in the meeting from 9:45 to 10. So you'll allow me just to join virtually because that is the new order of the norm. So allow me briefly to say that as National Youth Council, which is a state agency under the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth, and the mandate of National Youth Council is just to harness the youth voice and to co-create programs with the youth. And majorly why National Youth Council was created was to actually push for youth inclusivity and participation. I joined in the pre-presentations when Dr. Joshua was making a presentation. One of the young people asked, and I was very happy that, where is the youth? I think when Kefri was presenting. And I thought in my time when I come to make a presentation, I'll also allude to that. So that is what National Youth Council does. And that is our mandate, is just to push for youth inclusivity and participation. And on that note, I want to acknowledge and appreciate our key strategic partner, who is KFS, of course, represented here by Noor, because they saw the need to co-create and to bring young people at the center of Greening Kenya initiative. And that means as we push towards Greening Kenya, we look at how can we harness the demographic dividend of young people, because they are the youth are the ones who have a lot of energy, resilience, they have the right mindset, they have the time to spare in terms of supporting and conserving our environment. And therefore, I just want to commend the partnership that we entered into last year with KFS to make sure that how do we bring young people at the center of forestry? How do we change the attitude of young people? How do we make sure that inclusivity is not just a word, and we are not just including them, but we are making young people lead the way in the conservation agenda. And this is in support also with the President's agenda of having 10% forest cover. Why I'm interested, and as a young person of this country, why I'm excited this morning, is just listening through the presentations, seeing it is not only a matter of conserving the environment, but it's also a matter of bringing in innovations. And how do we tap on these innovations? And I just want to say that this is also a critical area that we believe young people have a lot of creativity and innovation to drive this agenda. So listening into the presentation by Victor on what innovations are there, what is being done, I see an opportunity to leverage, and I see an opportunity for young people to continue not only being included, but also driving this agenda. So as National Youth Council, as we applaud our partnership, and as also as well challenge Dr. Joshua, because I realized in his feedback on youth inclusion, Dr. you fumbled a bit, and that should be a challenge, a wake-up call, that can we also emulate what KFS is doing in terms of including young people and putting young people at the center in championing this agenda. So as National Youth Council, of course, we are very passionate in terms of conservation agenda. And not only, we don't not only look at it from the conservative part of it, we look at it from the three folds. The trees, of course, fruit trees for food security. We look at trees for conservation. And we also look at trees for livelihoods, and that is income. And I think Dr. Joshua did a very good presentation on that. So I will not want to take you into my presentation because I am on transit, but I think my presentation has been captured more so from the previous presenters. But mine will be a rallying call. That this is an opportunity. We are living in unique times. We are living in unprecedented times. And these times have also called for us to innovate more. And as we innovate more, mine from National Youth Council will be a rallying call that let's make sure that we engage young people, we put them at the center, so that it's not a matter of just inclusivity, but we make them, we tap on their energy, their creativity, their innovativeness to drive this agenda for the country. So as National Youth Council, we just want to thank all the partners for this conference. And our commitment will be that from this conference, we are going to make sure that we collate all the information that has been presented to put them in a medium that can be widely shared to all our constituency across the country. And that will also mean, will serve not only in terms of informing, but in terms of also just changing the mindset. Because that is, as the president puts it, that is a demographic that we can tap on to make sure that we achieve it. We make this initiative bigger and better. So thank you, and over back to the moderator. And thank you so much, KFS, and thank you so much all the stakeholders. And I also want to thank NetFund for this initiative. And we believe this is the way to go in changing the attitudes of young people and making sure that together, as Dr. said, Dr. Joshua said, he said, together, we are stronger together. So as we are stronger together, let's make sure that in this togetherness, the energy, the resilience, the creativity and innovativeness of young people is harnessed as well. Thank you so much, and over to the moderator. Asante.
Yeah, thank you, Bwana Telewa, that's the CEO, National Youth Council. I'm now standing in for the previous chair. My name is Eric Nahama from Kenya Forest Service. For participants, if there is any comment or question that can be directed to Bwana Telewa, please, this is the time. We can start from the plenary here. Yes, Daktari.
Thank you, moderator. I think mine, I'll be leaving soon, but I don't want, as an elder, I don't want to leave without saying thank you, everyone. I think where we are now, the youth, even in our employment now, we are doing a lot of transitioning. So the youth are coming into the service more than before, and they will be able to leverage on the youth in coming in forest sector. As I've said, there are a lot of opportunities, ladies and gentlemen, in the forest sector. Let us exploit these mass opportunities to create wealth to ourselves and the country. And I must thank NetFund for creating this conversation. I'm very happy because we are already on the road. A lot of conversation really shapes our future and our thoughts and our actions. KEFRI will be holding investment forum from 21st to 23rd September, in which it will be another conversation on what opportunities are there in this country to invest from within and even for outsiders. So there has not been any time in the forest sector in which these conversations are taking place, and we are happy as people who have been in this place for a long time to see these conversations. And I think the sector is moving towards a bright future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chebeyo. Any comments online?
Yes, Chair. I want to go first. I want to recognize and thank my friend and brother Roy for two things. One, for giving indication of that he's presenting from the space. Number two, also for keeping to time. And I want to give commitment on behalf of KFS that we are ready to support the youth and engage the youth all over this country in terms of tree planting and also contribution to 10% tree cover. Last, I think it was 2 weeks ago, we had an engagement with National Youth Council where we had marked, what do you call it, the world, is it the mental day? The mental day by planting trees. I think each of the counties planted between 1,000 to 3,000. And thank you, Roy, for that contribution. Thank you so much.
Any from online? Okay. If there's no any other question, mine is just to thank Roy for, first of all, accepting to participate in this. I know he's informed a bit late, but we're happy that he has been able to, not only him participating through this kind of presentation, but even detailing his staff to be with the organizing team. There has been a request from Kenya Forest Service that they can make a brief presentation on forest alert. There's a team in Kwale working on that, and if you allow me, we can ask them just to make a brief presentation on the forest alert, because this is a new app that we are using to monitor our forests. So I hope you allow me to do that. So I'll pass over to Mr. Noor to facilitate that so that he can have that presentation. Then immediately after that, we'll have our tea and come back for the second part. I also want to bring it to the attention of the members that that presentation is part of the presentation that is to be done by Mr. Noor. It's just part of the presentation that will come later. Thank you. Bwana Noor. Mr. Noor, we are waiting for you.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Eric, and the members for giving me this opportunity. Allow me only 10 minutes. I want to be very precise in terms of presenting. In fact, Chair, with your permission, I can even present the whole thing in about 10 minutes. And we have a team. The technical team is in Kwale, and they are with the ambassador of Britain. So they have only about 20 minutes to be with us. It's on that condition that I make this inconvenient request. So please allow me.
Mr. Noor, you can go ahead, please.
I'm sharing the presentation. Can we go to the next slide? Yes. Who is briefly about KFS? For those, especially those guys who are online who don't know who KFS is, it's a body that has been established by Forest Conservation and Management Act in 2016. It was transformed from Forest Department, which was established in 1902, which is about 100 years old. KFS is responsible for management of about 60% of the current national forest cover. That is 7.2%, which is about 4.18 million hectares. Out of that, the KFS is responsible for management of 2.59 million hectares, of which about 95% are indigenous, and 5.4% is exotic. And KFS has a distribution in all the 4 regions, in all the 10 regions of this country. It has a distribution also in all the 47 counties. We have about 170 stations, 150 sub-counties, and also our governance structure includes the communities, that's community forest association. In terms of technologies and innovation that we are using in forest management, KFS has developed...
Excuse me, Mr. Noor. I kindly request you to make it full.
To make it full?
Yeah, yes. Put in a presentation mode. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. On technology innovation that is used in forest management, the service has developed several technologies and to enhance its mandate. And this has also enhanced the reduction implementation costs, improved monitoring and reporting system, and effective delivery of results. There are some of the core activities that we use for these technologies innovation include seedling production, forest establishment and management, community engagement, forest protection, forest resource assessment, and financial management. By so doing, we are able to contribute to sustainable forest management. And these technologies and innovations are discussed along some thematic areas. The first thematic area we are going to present is in terms of seedling production. So in terms of seedling production, we develop an online reporting system. This is more or less like an internal reporting tool for seedling production and tree planting within KFS. And then we also develop registration portal for private and institutional tree nurseries. This is in essence to fast track reporting and seedling production distribution across the country. This is particularly in reference to 10% tree cover. I do encourage for all those people who are on this forum today, who are producing seedlings who have not registered, please do so, because this will form the basis. We are looking for some resources around with the net fund, and I think those people who will be registered on this platform will be given the first priority in terms of maybe procurement of seedlings. And then the other one is water reticulation systems and keyword internals in the model tree nurseries. By improving only the water system, we are able to increase the task rates per day, per month, per casho, from maintaining of about maybe 30,000 seedlings to currently they are doing about between 70 to 80,000 seedlings. So I think that now it reflects in terms of cost reduction and also efficiency. In the portal or registration portal, if you go to KFS website, we're not able to demonstrate that. You will get a login page, which looks like this, and it has a user guide. So it will be, this is now hosted on the KFS website. You should be able to register this. This is for voluntary registration of private forest. And these are part of the contribution. And then in terms of water reticulation, this is how it looks like in terms of model tree nurseries. And this has really improved efficiency in terms of production. I want to recognize Gatsby in terms of our partnership in model tree nursery in Nyeri. Another thing that I want to bring up is in terms of raising of seedlings, nursery beds. This is an innovation that has come up recently, and it is improving in terms of root pruning and also water efficiency. The other one is tree biotechnology. I think this is very familiar. And there's a presentation that is coming to that. I don't need to detail in it, but it's an innovation that has enabled to increase forest growth and also introduction of climate adapted species. Of course, you know the colon species. That will be presented, I think, in the next presentation. So I think we don't need much to go into that. The other one is use of technologies and innovations in forest management. This includes forest survey. We have a technology that's called total station, whereby we are able to efficiently map our plantations better than the technology that we use today. The other one is in terms of forest measurement and inventory. There's a modern technology that's the lesser S, is more efficient as compared to the former Sunto. And then forest restoration. In terms of forest restoration thematic area, what I want to highlight is what is called Adaptive Forest Initiative. It entails adoption of a forest or a portion of public forest for rehabilitation by partners for about 3 to 5 years. We have got a series of partners, about 49 of them that we are currently working with. Government institutions, there are about 27. And then we have NGOs, NGOs in the private sector, about 22 partners. And in total, they have currently adapted about 18,000 hectares. So the other technology which is very important in innovation is in terms of forest resource assessment, satellite imagery. This is very important, particularly when we are looking at our contribution, the achievement towards the 10% tree cover. Tree planting per se, I think we are contributing very minimal. But by doing satellite imagery on natural regeneration, we will be able to see the effective contribution of effective increase in the tree cover over the last 3 years or so. There is a plan that we are currently working with the Ministry of Defense, and they see how we are going to get some of high resolution satellite imagery, so that comes April we'll be able to say what we have achieved in terms of the tree cover. This is still a satellite imagery of a Buru forest. It shows regeneration of the forest using two comparison periods, that is 2021, and also the time, and also 2021 and 2018. So the imagery, the imagery reveals that there is increase in dense forest by 4,200 hectares, from 4,200 hectares to about 4,700 hectares, and that is in about 3 years. And also reduction in open grassland from 471 hectares to about 1,960 hectares. This can only be done through satellite imagery. And if you look at the first image, the first image is that it shows high level of degradation. If you look at on top here, this is 2018. It shows high level of degradation. If you look at, if you compare with the later satellite imagery, which is this on the right, of 2021, it shows a sufficient healing. So these are some of the innovations and technology that we are going to deploy to quantify and see by 2022 April. This is the absolute deadline the president has given for us to make a declaration what our contribution towards the 10% tree cover. So we'll be able to use this high resolution satellite imagery, particularly maybe of 3 by 3 meters. Currently, what we used to use was 30 meters, and the 3 by 3 we'll be able to get it in partnership with Ministry of Defense. The other one is, this is where I want us, this is the key thing, the Forest Alert tool. It enables the forest manager to monitor and report changes in the forest cover in near real time. And then through the mobile platform, it shows changes that has occurred in specific forest areas, and it's critical to the determination of the forest, to detection of forest destruction in inaccessible areas. The system also generates a variety of reports suited to different needs. The tools have been piloted successfully in Kwale, and we are hoping that we should be able to upscale it in all the 47 counties. And this is how this thing look like. And I want to give Mwangi. Mwangi is our expert on this, so that he takes about maybe 2 or 3 minutes to explain to us what this interpretation means. Mwangi.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Noor, for this opportunity. I want to share my screen. If I'd be allowed to share my screen, it's okay. So the forest monitoring tool is basically a tool that enables our forest in the forest to be able to do what we call satellite-based intelligence. And from this satellite-based intelligence, every week from the office, we are able to tell where trees have been cut, both in the gazetted forest and ungazetted forest. But our area of interest is the gazetted forest. We've done this in collaboration with the University of Leicester from UK. From this technology, we are using a lot of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And from our servers, every week I'm able to tell from 15 counties, I'm able to tell where trees have been cut, both in the private farms and in the gazetted forest. So I'm going to take you through. Can you be able to see my screen?
No.
Can you see my screen?
No.
Yeah, let me share now. Can you see now?
Not yet.
And
Nice.
now,
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
After we've done all this machine learning and artificial intelligence, this is what we usually get. Now here we are in Kwale right now. From this, you can see these red dots. This is where we have our degradation has occurred. So this is Shimba Hills Forest Station, and here we have the mangroves. So from here, when I click on this system runs on our servers at the KFS. So this is the end products that we usually get. After we get these end products, we generate what we call centroids. And from this centroid, that is the X and Y coordinates, we send it to our rangers. We have a WhatsApp group. From this WhatsApp group, they navigate to this area using an open source app called Maps.me. From here, you can be able to see, this is an image of before and after. So you can see here there's something that the satellite has to detect. This is where satellite has been able to detect some degradation in the mangroves. From here, I can be able to generate X and Y coordinates and be able to send to our rangers. From here, from this, our rangers they use another tool called Survey 123. From the Survey 123, this is a mobile application where we have designed a form where they can be able to go to on the ground and send on real-time basis what they have been able to collect. And this Survey 123 is connected to a dashboard which these guys are able to send on daily basis. From this dashboard, we are able to see what has occurred in the forest. Let me just show you the dashboard. From this dashboard, now you are able to say what is the highest incident affecting Kwale County. Here it needs a bigger screen. So from this dashboard, as you can see here, you can see the highest incident here is you can see illegal logging. The highest incident is illegal cutting of forest. So you can see from Kwale County, and then you can see also it is able to tell you we've done this is not just KFS because we have collaborated with Community Forest Association, CFS Scouts, and KWS. So you can be able to see who sent the information, where was it, who sent the information, and then what was the action taken. You can be able to see. So if you have a bigger screen, you can be able to see all these incidents in a dashboard in a nutshell. And then from this, we are able. The management is able to make decision on this based on these incidents. So from this, you can be able to see we have been able to report a total of 792 incidents. Then from these incidents, we are able to see which incidents are occurring most and in which part.
Excuse me, Mr. Mwangi, you have got 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So from this incident, the management is able to make a decision in terms of even where to deploy more forest rangers, in terms of where we have more incidents. This is not just the innovation that we have. We also have another innovation for tree planting, where where the management can be able to, we can be able to tell where in terms of where trees have been planted, who planted, and the planting organization. Was it in natural forest or was it in plantation? So this is a dashboard basically showing these are the conservancies within KFS. This is the land ownership. Was it planted in learning institution, in county government, in private forest, and also in public forest? Then you can see, is it in natural forest or in a plantation? Then you can see the planting organization. Is it county government, NGO, and or the others? And then here you can be able to see which organization, which county has planted what. And then you can see which forest station has planted. And then you can see also the species which have been planted more. And then from here, you can also see a summary of you can be able to see a summary of what was planted in terms of the cost of planting, the cost, what was planted, some planted.
I'm not seeing what you're saying. You're reading from your own.
No, I'm sharing a dashboard.
No,
I don't know whether you are able to see.
Excuse me, Bwana Mwangi. We are not able to see what you are talking about, but I just request if you can summarize so that we move to the next part. But we cannot be, okay, fine, we can be able to see now.
Now you can see. So this is what I'm talking about. Here you can be able to see what was planted in which conservancy, the land ownership, is it from in a learning institution, is it in a private forest, is it in a public forest, where was it planted, and all these systems are connected to a mobile phone. This is a real-time system where from a mobile phone, the forester on the station can be able to send this information on real-time basis. Where was it? Where was the seed origin? Was it a donation or was it which species were planted? You can be able to see the distribution amongst the species. Then you can see which forest station, and then you can see which county, and then from there you can see a summary of total sum of the amount used, and then you can see the estimated participants. Then you can see the number of seedlings planted and the total area planted. So this is something that is this is something that is in the pipeline that we are giving it a try using a mobile system, because this is about innovation. And while after it has been fully implemented, it will be integrated in our national forest monitoring system, because we have a national forest monitoring system where you can be able to which has all this system integrated into one, and one can be able to monitor all or whatever is happening in the forest. So the national forest monitoring system is just a platform where one can be able to see whatever is happening in the forest. Can you be able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah,
but
this is a glimpse. Yeah, this is a glimpse of the National Forest Monitoring System, where all these systems that have demonstrated, even the forest alerts, are in this system. And if you go to portal.kenyaforestservice.org, you'll be able to see all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mwangi. Thank you. I think that's a quick but good presentation. I think in case of, I know time might not have been sufficient. In case somebody has maybe further queries or whatever, you can get in touch with us. And Chair, back to you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Asante sana.
Thank you, Bwana Nur and Mwangi. We can give them a round of applause. Now I invite some questions to the two presenters. From the plenary here first. If there's none, then those online, if there's anybody with a question.
Eric, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hey, thank you very much. I commend Noor and his team for the good work. My question is just, I've seen that they have what is called National Forest Monitoring System. I was suggesting an establishment of an integrated forest management system, which could incorporate not only those innovations and technologies by KFS, but also those ones which have been developed outside KFS. For example, we have heard of these, the one developed by Eden. There are all those monitoring systems which are being developed all over the country. Can we integrate them into one platform, which can be referred to at once in terms of when somebody would like to do or to get some management information or management support? Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I think Mr. Noor can respond to that.
Thank you. That is a comment and suggestion. I think it's a way to go, and we will explore that through maybe the National Tree Planting Committee, Steering Committee, how we are going to harness all these technologies and innovation and to bring it under one platform. Thank you.
I think I can also add something, Mr. Noor. Based on what he has just asked, the National Forest Monitoring System is not just a KFS thing, it's a multi-agency. Because we have KFRI, we have KWS, we also have NEMA. Basically it's a multi-agency, and whatever is in the National Forest Monitoring System is not just KFS.
Actually, that's not what I talked about. My contribution is completely different from that. I am aware of the National Forest Monitoring System which we are talking about. It's 12 hours. But you see, there are also other tools which are being developed by even the private sector. They are all targeting the forest sector. That's what I was talking about.
Thank you, Paul. I think the question from Paul was very clear. From morning, we had a presentation from Kenya Water Towers Agency about integrated monitoring system. KFS is presented the same, and I think it's high time that we had one shop where we can be able to go and get this information rather than rushing to KWS, rushing to Water Tower, DRSRS. I think that's what Mr. Ngugo meant, so that we could have an integrated system at one place where we can be able to get all that information. Thank you very much. Any other questions so that we can have a break?
Chair, if you allow, could I comment on that?
Winnie?
Yeah, I would like to follow up on the comment by Dr. Ngugo. You know, for one to come up with a monitoring system, you must be guided by your goal. What do you want to achieve at the end of the day? From what we have, the KFS has shared, I think the interest is more on the forests, yeah, and also the forest operations. So we cannot just have one mega platform which integrates all the smaller or other monitoring systems being developed by other agencies. So what should guide us is the goal. What do you want to achieve by developing that monitoring system? And I think for KFS, their main goal is to, whatever information they collect, it should help the managers on the ground. So I think that should be clear. I think what I got from Dr. Ogipo is that there are other agencies or other organizations that are developing small monitoring systems that are linked or could help the management of forests. And therefore, is there a way that we can link them to what the forest platform entails? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Msila, for that clarification. I know we all have our own mandates, institutional mandates, and there are certain things that we must develop to address the objectives and goals of that institution. But still, we appreciate what we are doing. Most important thing is for us to know where is this information, what does Water Tower has, what does KFS generate, so that whenever I need this information, I know where to go to. Thank you very much. Any other last question? The last one, then we have a break, 15 minutes break. I can see there's no any other question. We are breaking for 15 minutes. Then we'll resume and listen to their two presentations. There's a very brief one on the role of innovation in forestry for delivery of the Big Four by Robert Mtinda. And then the next one will be by Paul Gicheru of Nature Kenya on restoration for economic sustainability, a case of Mount Kenya. That's Mount Kenya business case. Thank you very much. Let's have a 15-minute break. So I'd like to welcome back members to this session. We are still on theme number 2 and sub-theme number 2, innovation for sustainable forest management. And the next presenter is Robert Mutinda, Tree Biotechnology, the role of innovation in forestry for delivery of the Big 4 agenda. So I would like to welcome Robert Mutinda.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are loud and clear. Go ahead, please.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Robert Mutinda, and I work with biotech, and I'm going to handle the topic, the role of innovation in forestry for the delivery of the 4 big agendas. And I will just take a few minutes, probably maybe at most 5 minutes. And okay, yes, thank you. So innovation is just the process of introducing something new in the customs or rights or the normal ways of doing things. And we know just the normal ways that we have been doing forestry. But now when it comes to the delivery of the Big 4 agendas, we have to factor in how forestry can help bring about the goals of in each of the 4 agendas. And okay, let me begin by mentioning something about, okay, we know that the Big 4 agendas are about food security, affordable housing, universal health care, and manufacturing. So let me talk about how the forestry sector has helped grow the manufacturing sector in Kenya. Okay, we know that the ministry and through the Kenya Forest Service banned logging in all the public forests. And we know that it became so difficult for anybody to purchase products of timber. And we ended up either using a product from private farmers or institutions, or either importing forest products. And this became too much for some of the industries to work on their products using this expensive, let me say, timber from imported products. So one of the innovation that came in place was the use of bamboo to make most of the products that can be used in our houses. And a good example is furniture products, like we have bamboo tables for the forest sector. Institution using in the forest sector, most of them could not afford to buy the new tubes after the poly tubes were banned. So they ended up innovating some bamboos and using them to create bamboo posts. Similarly, we have some engineers or architectural designers. They went ahead to use bamboo to script or make some of their designs. Bamboo is also being used in the making of flowers and also in the making of what we call the charcoal. We have the sector, the agenda on food security. I know we had a presentation about biochar, and biochar is one of the latest innovations in forestry. And we know that biochar it's growing some fame. It's growing. People are growing some interest in using biochar in their farms. The use of biochar maybe is just to retain the nutrients in the soil directly through the negative charges that develops on its surfaces. And the ability of biochar to attract and hold moisture, nutrient, and agrochemicals has been one of the most anticipated ability of this product to result in high productivity in farming. Also, sorry, so just a minute. Also improve food productivity. We have had some failing and in those areas, mostly in the northern Kenya regions. Those people usually depend on food from either relief food or food from the high potential areas. And we had some problems. We had some problems for those people in getting food, and because people were afraid to go in those areas, maybe due to the lockdown and the regulation that were in place to contain the COVID-19 pandemic. And one of the innovation that the forest sector had in the food security is that we had foresters in those regions which knew some trees that could produce let me say ponds and seeds that could replace the normal legumes that we know. And some of these trees we had acacias, and we have also the Pakia species. And one of my friends in those areas tells me that he was helping some people boil those ponds, those seeds.
Excuse
and
me, Mr.
they could
Excuse me, Mr. Mtinda.
Yes?
You have 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. Okay, thank you. So that is one of the innovations that are forested for in food security. Okay, for health, we have heard about people using the compressed eucalyptus oil that was being used in steaming process, and most people I know they have been using this technique, and I know it's not new, but to Kenya most people I've never heard about it. So it came as an innovation that people used to prevent the infection of the COVID-19. Similarly, we have been receiving a lot of calls from people from various regions saying that they were afraid to go to hospitals because they were afraid of contracting the COVID-19 virus. And okay, I'm not a specialist, but some friends of mine, they used to direct these people on using forest products to treat common infections and common diseases. And this really helped in curing some diseases during this period. For the housing agenda, we know that...
Mr. Mtinda, I think your time is over. If you can wind up, yes. I'd really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Now, for the housing agenda, we know that we know that concrete blocks are taking over and they are causing a lot of pollution. So the most innovative way in getting away with this pollution is introducing the housing projects that will be created using the timber products or products of the forest. And thank you for your time.
Let's give Bwana Mtinda a round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Mtinda. Mtinda, has, yesterday when the CS was here, he put a lot of emphasis on having innovation technologies that are cheap, easy to implement. We are not talking about science, but the basic things, and I think Mtinda has been able to highlight that. If there's any question, I'll invite one question from the plenary here and 2 online. But the rest, please just submit your questions and then we will get a response online. Thank you. Harry? From plenary, I don't have anybody online. I can see there's no question. So another round of applause again for that good presentation. Thank you very much, Bwana Mtinda. And I hope you'll be able to share what you have been able to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move to the next presentation under the same sub-theme. And this is on the role of forestry. See the same thing. That is forest restoration for economic sustainability, Mount Kenya business case by Paul Gicheru from Nature Kenya. Nature Kenya is one of the key NGOs in this country that is supporting forest conservation management. So welcome, Bwana Gicheru. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Gicheru, and I hope everyone can hear me. I work at Nature Kenya, and I'll be presenting to you a short presentation on forest restoration for economic sustainability. We're looking at a business case for Mount Kenya forest restoration, mainly addressing issues of innovative financing mechanisms, which have been mentioned before by earlier presenters. Dr. Cheboyo alluded to them on issues of payment for ecosystem services, among other approaches that can incentivize private sector engagement in forest restoration. Next slide. So who we are, Nature Kenya is East African Natural History Society, founded in 1909. We are a membership society, and we derive our strength from support of our members, and each and every one of us here within this conference can become a member of Nature Kenya. Next slide. And we are guided by 4 strategic objectives, which is saving species, conserving sites, and encouraging ecological sustainability, and empowering people to support nature. Next slide. And within our work, we are science-led and building building our strength in partnerships with government and other like-minded organizations, mainly to empower people to support and promote conservation of nature within our different sites. And our key areas is within key biodiversity areas, we have 67 sites which are designated nationally within Kenya. And Mount Kenya is one of those sites. Next slide. So why Mount Kenya? So Mount Kenya is one of the key pillars for economic development within our country. It's a key important watershed. Dr. Musila talked about water towers that are important for within our country. It provides fresh water for over 2 million people, and this water is also important for hydropower and agriculture. Therefore, indicating that Mount Kenya as an ecosystem and as a water tower is a key economic pillar within our country. Next slide. And therefore, elements of restoration have been talked about by other presenters, but mainly how do restoration generally support biodiversity and overall conservation and water recharging? And this slide here shows the effects of tree growing and its capacity and improving the capacity of soil water recharge. So you can see with areas with trees, there's overall around 2% runoff, and with areas without trees, there is around 11% runoff. with a lot of ground recharge, meaning in areas with trees, where the image on the lower side shows the percolation of water into the soil. Next slide. So we have seen these images within with our media, where we see the minister who has gone up in Mount Kenya talking about trying to address the water crisis that are facing the waters coming out from Mount Kenya. Next slide. And there have been a lot of talk, mainly trying to address the issues of water from Mount Kenya. Next slide. And therefore, Mount Kenya business case came about to try and see and to bring sense and to bring the facts on the table to our decision makers and also private sector, to show that overall, if we do not promote the conservation of the Upper Tana basin, which Mount Kenya is, vital ecosystem services, including food, fisheries, electricity, and livestock, will be in jeopardy, including our businesses in the long run. Next slide. So we have seen overall the importance, the contribution of hydropower within by the Upper Tana into the Seven Fork dams, which provides around 70% of our hydropower generation, which is important for our households and moving our industries. Next slide. And we have documented and seeing the overall effect of forest degradation by increasing siltation, which then clogs up and reducing the capacity of our hydropower generation plants, which jeopardizes power generation within our country. And the graph there shows the increase, the sedimentation load that goes into the hydropower dams. Next slide. And we have also talked about the capacity of water provision as an ecosystem service. All the community mainly living around Mount Kenya rely on this mountain for water. However, within that community, only 78% of the water is not metered, and therefore the water imbalance, where you see that there's a lot of extraction from forest adjacent community that does not allow water to flow down from to other users downstream. And there's also increased water sedimentation coming from the forest. Next slide. And within this, working with water companies within Mount Kenya, the water supply companies, they have recorded increase in sedimentation loads from water being drawn from the forest, mainly driven by reduced degradation factors within the forest. Next slide. There's food production. I've alluded to this about the capacity of water coming. The Moya irrigation scheme is supporting significant amount of food generation, agricultural sector within our country, and therefore it's dependent on Mount Kenya. Next slide. And therefore the main problem here is that there's not much effort being put back into the forest towards maintaining the ecosystem for the services that it's providing. And the key elements there is not much resources. Mainly the resources that are provided by the government are not sufficient, and also there is little effort by private sector towards investing back to the forest to ensure that these vital ecosystem services are sustained for the sustainability of the businesses. Next slide. And within, we have seen the overall degradation of Mount Kenya with losses of closed canopy forest to open canopy forest. And within the past 20 years, we have lost around 1% of forests, open canopy forest annually. And therefore around 18-20% of open canopy, closed canopy forest has been lost. Next slide. And therefore the key solutions that was identified is to see how best downstream water users, businesses, hydropower generators, crop farmers, water transfer companies can provide incentives towards restoring of Mount Kenya, and therefore halting and slowing down the degradation within the ecosystem. Next slide. And the intervention here is looking at public-private sector partnerships to be able to sustain this ecosystem services.
Paul,
yes?
You have got 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Next slide. And therefore, when we have this private sector engagement, it will benefit the government. This has been talked about by implementing the National Forest Program, meeting our targets on the bond challenge, etc. Next slide. And there's also benefits to communities where there's long-term sustainability of their businesses and of providing job opportunities as well within the community level and increasing direct income to the households within that ecosystem. Next slide. And therefore, overall, by doing restoration, there is overall benefits to increasing climate regulation, water recharge, recreation and cultural services, which are all drivers of our economy. But as well, if we do not do restoration, there is other elements that will also increase, especially on harvested goods, given that there is no regulation, given that then there will be no effort towards restoring our ecosystem. And I think that's the end of my presentation. Next slide. Yes, and those are supporters who have been grateful with and collaborators within this program that we are engaging in. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Paul Gachero from Nature Kenya. A round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you. I will now invite 3 questions. 1 question from the plenary and 2 from online. So from plenary, please. I can see there's no question. Now we go online. Thank you. I understand there's no any other question.
Eric, my hand is up. I can see.
Paul, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Eric. I want to thank Paul Gachero for the very good presentation. He has actually talked of very wide and covering major areas. What I didn't really see, and I played with him, maybe we could do this later, is the business case itself. Of course, he has advocated that it is important, but I didn't see it. So maybe later on we could also, maybe during the proceedings, you could also please try and present it so that we can see the trade-offs between all these major actors, those who are the stakeholders in the Mount Kenya ecosystem. How is the business carried out so that at the end of it, we can look at the trade-offs from the business scenario. Thank you very much.
I think, Paul's, I don't know that I should take it as a question or a comment, but Gachero, would you like to say something on that?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I did not go into too much detail in the presentation, but like, for instance, if you're looking at the water companies within Mount Kenya region that are drawing water directly from the forest, they have increased costs of production, of cost of treatment water by 68%, mainly dealing with issues of siltation. So their trade-off there is by supporting catchment restoration, which will bring down their cost of water treatment. So those are captured in a business case, which I'll share the link on the chat, which you can download for you to be able to review and see how these trade-offs come about. Thank you, Paul Ogugo. Dr. Ari.
Thank you very much, Paul. And now, thank you for that presentation from Nature Kenya by Gachero. We'll move to the next presentation, and this is by NetFund. It's talking about innovative and sustainable financing for attainment of national 10% tree cover. That is national 2 billion tree planting project. So I would like to invite the presenter for NetFund, who will introduce himself as he presents. Welcome, Michela.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. I think it's good afternoon. Yes. So happy to be here. My name, as you've heard, is Andrew Machora. I work at National Environment Trust Fund as the projects manager. And I'm here today to share with you a short presentation on innovative financing mechanisms for the 2 billion tree growing project. I think for some of you, you've already heard about this project that we are developing or rather we have already developed in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment, and is one of those initiatives that's going to help the ministry in achieving its target of 10% tree cover by 2022. So next slide, please. So before I talk about the project, I think most of you right now are aware about Net Fund, what we do, but we are established under the MCA 1999 that's now amended, that was now amended in 2015. And basically our mandate is to mobilize resources to support research and publications, support capacity building initiatives by different actors involved in environmental management, provide environmental awards, as well as provide scholarships and grants that support research. Next slide. So just a brief background on how we came about this project. As you are all aware, Kenya has a very low forest cover. Right now we are the second lowest in the region, East Africa region, actually at 7.2%. And because of that, the Constitution actually requires that we maintain a minimum of 10% tree cover as provided in the Article 69 of our Constitution. And following that, most of you are aware about the presidential directive that was issued in 2018, whereby the president required us to achieve that target of 10% tree cover by 2022. And for us to do that, it requires that we come up with a broad multi-stakeholder framework where we bring on board all partners to support in this process. And as a result of that, the Ministry of Environment, in collaboration with other partners, developed a strategy for maintaining 10% tree cover by 2022. And it's a document that was supposed to help the ministry in making sure that we come up with the strategic actions and interventions that would help us to achieve that target by that period. Now, just go back. So what we know is that if we are able to achieve this target by 10% tree cover, we know very well that we are going to meet our national obligations. We know the critical role that forests play as a contributor to the Big Four agenda, but not only to the national commitment, but also to the global commitments as far as climate change is concerned, biodiversity conservation, as well as land degradation. Next, please. So these are just the highlights of the project in terms of the goal of the project is to support in accelerating the attainment of 10% tree cover for environmental integrity, climate resilience, and socio-economic development. Those are the specific components of the project. There is a component on financing. We realized that even as we developed the strategy for attaining 10% tree cover, there was need to mobilize resources. So the component one of the project was to ensure that we are able to establish and operationalize appropriate funding or financing mechanisms for the project. Component two of the project was mainly focusing on production of 2 billion quality seedlings in public and private tree nurseries. We realized that one of the major challenges that we are going to face for us to achieve that target is production of quality seedlings. For us to achieve that target, we needed to plant and grow at least 2 billion trees by 2022. So it's a key area that we thought it would be very important to focus on. And then once we have raised these seedlings in both public and private tree nurseries, the component three then was looking at the restoration in terms of now the actual planting activities, whereby we are supposed to ensure that we are able to move that target by 2.8% from the current 7.2% as we know it. And then the last component was mostly focusing on capacity building of the national and county governments on sustainable forest management. So those were the key components of the project. And as I mentioned, as we are all aware, we know that forest management is a very capital intensive and long-term investment. When people will tell you by the time you plant trees and you are able to generate your return, it really takes a lot of years to get those benefits. And from the strategy alone that was developed, we actually needed around 48 billion Kenyan shillings to fully implement that strategy. And that was really an underestimation, because I remember I was part of the team that was involved in the development of the strategy. Actually, the amount of resources that was required was even more than what we have right now. And since then, since when we developed the strategy way back in 2018, the government, of course, has been able to support this process as a key financier. And as you can see from the allocations in 2019 and 2020, there was an allocation of 1 billion, but only around 500 million was disbursed to support these interventions. And then in the current financial year, which is 2020-2021, we managed to get an allocation of 540 million. We are yet to establish the actual disbursements to date. And you can see very clearly that despite us having a strategy and the effort that the government is already making, there is a very huge funding gap. And as you can see, there is therefore need to bring on board other partners, looking at the private sector, development partners, to come and support this initiative. And the options that right now we have is to explore opportunities from both public sources in terms of the GOK allocations. We need to bring on board the private sector or private investments, as well as explore possibilities of financing these kind of interventions through taxes and levies as a long-term option. Next. So these are some of the strategies that that we came up with, and I think they are very well documented even in the strategy for attaining 10% recover. This is how we had proposed to mobilize resources to support this program. So of course, as I mentioned, government is one of the key partners in this, and we are getting allocations from the National Treasury to support the program and make sure that the interventions that have been proposed are fully implemented. And I've already given a highlight of the efforts so far. We are also exploring the possibilities of getting funding from not only the national government, but also county government. How can we influence the county governments to allocate resources towards tree growing activities? And not only county governments, we also want to bring on board development partners. There are already development partners that are already supporting forest management in the country. And we want to scale up their work and the effort that they are doing. And of course, we also recognize the important role the civil society organizations are undertaking in this process, the NGOs, as well as the private sector. Actually, recently, the private sector has been really very keen on supporting this process. And I'm just going to highlight in the next slide on their commitment and effort so far. Other than those sources that I've already mentioned, we also need to see how we can diversify revenue streams to support forestry activities, looking at what Kenya Forest Service get in terms of the fees, the sales they get from the plantations, as well as other economic activities such as ecotourism that can potentially raise additional funds to support this initiative. Then we are also looking, other than what we can generate locally, how can we tap into climate financing? So we are aware that the development and the operationalization of the climate finance policy has been done. And this is really going to allow us to tap into the global climate finance opportunities that are available. We are aware about the Green Climate Fund, and our country, through the National Designated Authority, as well as the accredited entities, already is doing a lot of work in terms of helping develop projects that are actually going to support forestry. Then, of course, I think you've also been hearing about the Green Bond. There is already a framework that has been developed, and this initiative that was being undertaken by the National Treasury and other lead agencies. And of course, this is also going to open up another avenue for financing tree growing activities. Then we are also aware about the RED Plus process. The country is already being supported to be ready on that particular aspect by developing the strategy and an investment plan that will then help us to also access other forms of financing through carbon trading and other carbon finance sources. So it's also a strategy that can be explored. And then, of course, finally, the establishment of public-private partnerships for seedling production and infrastructure development. So private sector players are really coming in to play a key role in seedling production and also providing access to markets. Next slide, please. So this is the pool of sources in terms of when we're looking at the funding sources that we can tap into as far as this initiative is concerned. So we are looking at both public and private sources, and we are looking at it from both the national level as well as the international level. So when we are looking at the public sources of financing, of course, general government revenues, forest sector revenues that we generate in terms of taxes and fees charged, revenue that we generate from state-owned forests, as well as fines, penalties. And then in terms of international public sources, of course, we are talking about the bilateral aid that we get in form of, through the development partners that we have. We're also talking about the multilateral financing through maybe banks, development banks, and of course, international financing mechanisms such as RED+. As far as private sources are concerned, we have forestry, industry players that can also play a role in terms of investing in forestry programs. We are also looking at tapping into the CSR activities of the corporates and leveraging on that to support tree growing activities. Philanthropic donations as well as non-government organizations are also playing a key role. Next. So just to mention what we have been able to do during this short period of time that we've started this process of fundraising.
Excuse me, Andrew.
Yes?
Your time is over. If you can wind up, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So I have 2 slides to go. So and as far as development partners are concerned, we are currently working with the UNDP to establish a fund through the UN Multi-Partner Trust Fund. And this fund is going to help us access international funding. They have already opened a project account in New York, and the UNDP has already provided a seed capital of $75,000. We are also exploring launching a call for support, international support, and of course opening up a crowdfunding platform under the $1 1 tree campaign, whereby we can involve the rest of the Kenyans in contributing to that fund. Then the other activities that we are undertaking is that we are already working with the Ministry of Environment by having regular development partner roundtables who can then, of course, make commitments toward this. As far as private sector engagements are concerned, we are currently having regular private sector meetings in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment. And most of the private sector players are coming in either to adopt a forest or to make commitments of raising or rather growing trees. And right now, the commitment that we have received so far is totaling to around 66 million tree seedlings. The amount of private sector commitments in terms of what they intend to plant during the short and long rains period. Then we are also looking at another segment in terms of the diaspora and high net worth individuals. This is also another potential sources that can be used to finance tree growing activities. And then, of course, the national government, we've been getting allocations, and currently, Net Fund is one of the beneficiaries of the Economic Stimulus Program funds. And actually, we launched a call recently to support community-level activities that are involved in tree seedlings production. And actually, the call is right now running. We hope to have a deadline in next week, Wednesday. Then, of course, we have also gotten a lot of commitments from MDAs. Those are ministries, departments, and agencies that have also committed to raise 1.1 billion seedlings if they are supported by the Kenya Forest Services in terms of technical support, provision of seeds, as well as potting materials. Next slide, please. So these are some of the long-term solutions that we can look at, because this target, we are supposed to achieve it by 2022. But over and above that, we still need to support and invest in the forestry sector. And we are looking at exploring payment for ecosystem services, which are already being undertaken, but how can we scale that up so that we can even create a wider impact? How can we access international climate finance from the Global Climate Facility? Issues of the green bond, can the country really issue that as soon as, now that we are ready, we have a framework? And how about exploring issues of debt for nature swaps to get funding for that? And of course, establishment of an endowment fund and getting financing through RED+ initiatives. Thank you so much. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's give him another round of applause, please. What Andrew has presented is, do I say enabler? Because all what we have been discussing, we cannot achieve it without funds. And he has given us a way forward, opportunities that exist out there. So I'll invite questions. Again, one from plenary, two online. I'll start with the plenary. Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I wanted to find out more about the $1 1 tree campaign. Is it going to be launched online? If yes, when? Just a little bit more details on that.
Thank you for your question. As I said, that's one of the options that we have at the moment. And we are working with the UNDP to establish that platform. Right now, we have already engaged our ICT staff to develop the platform. It's already being tested internally to make sure that issues of security are well taken care of before it's officially launched to the public. So once that is ready, we will have it formally launched, and we'll, of course, have a short ceremony for that. Thank you.
Who has raised his hand online? James. Please, James, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nahama. Thank you, Andrew, for the good work that you are doing. It's quite encouraging. My only concern is that with almost all this very good work you're doing, we have quite a number of people that are not aware of what NetFund is doing. And therefore, I think it will be very, very important for your organization, the NetFund, to create awareness, especially to some of us who are in research and publication and also in capacity building, to know how do we come in, how do we benefit, or how can we be in a position to tap in the NetFund. Otherwise, thank you for the great work that you're doing.
Thank you, Professor, for your comments. And it's indeed true that maybe we have not been able to blow our trumpets loud enough. And I think that's something that we are really working on. And it's through this kind of forums such as this that we are able then to demonstrate what we are doing and how other partners can come on board and join the NetFund activities. So we will always reach out to interested partners to develop and implement such kind of initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's give him another round of applause for the good job. And also thank you, Professor Kungu. We are now through with the sub-theme number 2. We want to shift to sub-theme number 3, which is about innovations and exploitation of forest resources. So that's forest products. Under this theme, I remember yesterday, again, during the opening session, Dr. Balozi mentioned about the innovations at various stages along the value chain of forest products. He talked about post-planting. What are the innovations? Well, how do we make sure that we don't overexploit or we use the resources efficiently? So our presentations, there are about 6 presentations, and now I'm minutes. Those 7 total 10 minutes. And I'll start with Jacqueline Namadi, EcoGreen CBO, He's talking about creating value on bamboo through value chain development. Welcome, Jacqueline.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please, Jacqueline.
I'm Jacqueline Amadi from Eco Green Busia. We are doing commercial bamboo farming and value addition for green economies. Currently, what we are facing as a challenge in the country in relationship to our forest cover is the challenge between the monetary gain and the environmental gain. Putting a balance between the two is what actually is causing a slow pace in implementing some of these things. And that is why we look at bamboo as a game changer to all this. Okay, the problem here is Kenya has numerous generic set of development challenges, including high level of poverty, unemployment, low income, environmental degradation, constraints in developing manufacturing sectors and export due to undeveloped private sector, and its resulting trade imbalances are some of the development challenges. The value development barriers we face is also lack of quality and consistent raw material, availability of quality planting material and desired species in desired quantities, a fragmented value chain with weak supply chain linkages. There is no horizontal or vertical integration among the actors in the bamboo value chain, results in inefficiency and wastage. Actually, these are some of the challenges that are bringing low actions. Also, lack of product differentiation. Industry has multiple products lying with no mechanism for product differentiation, differentiated production to reduce investment, maximal utilization of biomass, high work inefficiency and quality. This being a new product in the country, we lack a proper industrial mechanism that can help us utilize the entire clam well. We also have a limited capacity, starting from planting material, production to market, skills and technology, quality control mechanism, standards and certification for most of this product. You look at a product like a bamboo tea, we lack actually a standardization and a certification of the same. Thus, the product cannot be fully utilized. Despite the fact that we have enough leaves that can produce bamboo tea, we lack actually mechanism that can put this into quality and roll it as a commodity within the country to be used. We lack awareness, perceived as a cheap and less durable product. Many people look at bamboo just as another grass, as a reed, and therefore they look at it as something cheap and less durable. Finances, banks and financial institutes are not well aware of the profit-making cycle of bamboo. We tried linking up with a bank like Equity and actually didn't know how it could come in, bridge the gap and help the farmers get finances in relationship to this. So also our financial partners need to be enlightened about this and put in to know that this can still bring a balance and can also help someone develop and earn something. So here's the solution of some of these challenges. Bamboo is both agriculture and forestry crop. Bamboo is unique. Bamboo stands as are recognized as forests, and some can be easily integrated with agriculture as an agroforestry shelter bed. Bamboo planting within our homestays, boundary planting in small scale, at least everybody having a stand within his home makes it all stand out better than we expect. Now, we need to invest in trainings and capacity development. We also need to increase awareness creation, create supply chain, establish and strengthen bamboo nurseries. When we are creating supply chains, we are to place who should be at what place. If you are at the nursery level, those that are at farm level, those that are at harvesting level, those that are at utilization level, and all those levels, this can make the chain at least be able to service every person at his place and make someone earn a living. Yeah, can move the next slide, kindly. Okay, products. Recently gazetted as a cash crop.
Excuse me. You have what?
Hello?
You have 2 minutes to go for presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
All-rounded solution to increase effect of climate change and enable dire demand for green jobs. EcoGreen is keen to capitalize on this niche, especially exploiting the magic grass through 14 counties within the country have been trained on value addition chain, that is on bioenergy, food processing, furniture making, handcrafts, weaving, and construction. The counties are Busia, Bungoma, Kisumu, Kakamega, Vihiga, Homa Bay, Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Nyeri, Migori, Murang'a, Embu, and Nairobi, including Busia, Uganda, as part of the Green Border program. Establishment of at least 10 nurseries in different sub-counties within Busia. Bamboo property test, physical, mechanical, chemical, and anatomical of indigenous and exotic bamboo species in East Africa. Validated its sustainability to high-end product applications such as timber substitute, which informed of our product line of making furniture and all those other things. Establishment of farmers cooperative. Currently, we have established 2 cooperatives in Busia County, and they are dealing with briquettes making and just to improve livelihood out of bamboo charcoal making. We see the country is short of charcoal products, and this is leading to a lot of wrangles between Kenya and Uganda. But when we have enough of bamboo, we are able to settle on this issue and produce our own charcoal and briquettes. Next slide, please. Next slide. These are some of the products we are seeing. We can see racks that are used for mass production of briquettes. We can see food. These are bamboo shoots also that have been produced and can last on our shelves for at least 2 years under these preservation methods. And we also have furniture, handcrafts, and briquettes. Next slide. So currently we utilize local market to sell our products, household, hotels, and construction. Large domestic, regional, and international market opportunity exists. Key products line include furniture. In Kenya, we have almost USD 496 with an annual compound growth rate of at least 10% per annum. In addition, bamboo furniture and sets are one of the most important global traded commodities. Kenya, on the average, imports bamboo sticks, based products to a tune of 20 million US dollars. Timber substitute products, Kenya import at least 31 million.
Jacqueline, yes. I think your time is over. If you can wind up, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, okay, next slide. So we can use bamboo for scaffolding, and annual consumption of our charcoal is up to that. We can also use it as fuel. We can use it to trade in other domestic markets. Next slide. So customer relationship, product demand has increased. New product design requested by customers. More inquiries of our products. Improve standard and quality, demand of visible products, promotion. Next. I think these are the channels that we desire to put in place. That is, we are making channels from cooperatives, a channel that will lead to our markets. You are able to see that from cooperative, collection centers, semi-processing, processing of finished product, wholesale retailers, customers like that. Those are the channels we are creating. Next slide. So awareness creation and information dissemination of the value of bamboo, establishment of development of bamboo nurseries, establishment of bamboo farms for commercials and conservation purposes, a sustainable management of bamboo farms, bamboo capacity development training, bamboo processing into intermediate and finished product, trade in bamboo products and bamboo services, establishment of bamboo cooperative, which you have done, and bamboo research and development. I think I can have questions from there.
Very much.
Next slide.
Jacqueline.
Yes.
Let's give Jacqueline a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Jacqueline is talking about bamboo growing in Busia, and we know Busia is one of the counties in this country with the lowest forest cover.
Yes.
So the initiative that you have taken is commendable. And
Thank
I
you.
now invite questions, 2 questions, one from plenary and another one online. From plenary, if there's any question, please. Online, I don't see anybody raising a hand. So I'd like to take this opportunity to once again thank you.
My hand is up. Allow me to thank Jacqueline for a very wonderful presentation. I just want to check with her. We have been talking about bamboo value chain development. If she compares 5 years ago and today, how effective is the value chain now in terms of stakeholder involvement? What can she say of what kind of improvement have we made in the value chain development, so that because most of the questions I'm getting from people whom we have engaged in bamboo farming is the market. They complain about the market. And this is part of the value chain which Jacqueline has talked about. Thank you very much.
Dr. This is one of the things that we meet in the field. Every time we are recruiting farmers for planting, the next question will always be, where do I take this? And also my next question will always be, where do you want to take what you don't have? Currently, if we look at the demand of charcoal, let's say, let's close Uganda borders, that they should not bring charcoal to Kenya. If we are to close the Uganda border, not to bring charcoal to Kenya, then Kenya will be in a crisis. If we are to turn the bamboo that we are planting into charcoal, I believe in less than a week, the entire country will lack any bamboo remaining. That's a market. We need to create a household market, first of all, before thinking of an international market. Many times we Kenyans are used to being persuaded into doing something good just because we're expecting some external market to come and buy these at some exaggerated thing. But anything that you cannot utilize, you yourself and your neighbor, is not real. So we are bringing reality on board that, one, bamboo can serve us well before it serves anybody. We are practicing it in Busia. We are using charcoal from bamboo. We are turning our desks, our seats, our everything, weaving from bamboo, food, tea. Currently, we have seen a lot of people utilize bamboo leaves for bamboo tea instead of our common tea leaves. And these are household markets. Our shoots, our mamas are making their very own shoots, take them to market and sell. I've seen women in Butla produce toothpick. They make it in the morning, they go sell to Mama Chips and people of the hotels in the evening. They can't fail to get at least 500 shillings per day out of their few clamps from the bamboo. So we still have an untapped local market. Let's not look for the external one. We have a big local market. All that we don't have is the raw material. So let's keep planting.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I think that is very clear. We know there's high potential for bamboo, and the participants are already aware of that. So there's a room for people to invest more in such a venture, so that we can be able to promote our own products. So thank you very much, Jacqueline.
Thank you.
Now we want to move to the next presenter, and this is a presentation on driving competitiveness through innovation in Kenya's commercial forestry sector. This is going to be done by James Mwai from Gatsby Africa. Gatsby is an organization that is known in terms of promoting commercial forestry, and we welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Nahama. I hope you start counting from the moment I grab the mic, not from the moment you introduce me. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I'll take a couple of minutes just to talk about the role of commercial forestry as a driver of innovation, and how commercial forestry, of course, is linked to the Big Four agenda. Next slide, please. A quick intro about Gatsby Africa. We are a funder implementer. That's what makes us unique in this particular space. And our objective, or the reason we are established, is to create jobs, to create employment, to increase incomes, and in so doing, reduce poverty across Africa. We have a number of programs, and as you can see, some of the countries we're active in. We're active in Tanzania, active in Rwanda. We have some regional programs, but more specifically with regard to forestry, we have programs both in Kenya and in Tanzania. And as we speak, we're also starting a regional approach with Uganda, because as the previous speaker has said, there's a lot of trade inflows from Uganda into Kenya, and there's dependency for forestry products from those particular countries. What we aim to achieve is competitiveness, sustainability, and of course inclusiveness of this particular sector. And like I said, all this is aligned to the Big Four agenda. In terms of our funding, we're funded by the Gatsby Charitable Trust, which is funded by the Sainsbury family, and more specifically by David James Sainsbury. And if you know anything about the Sainsbury supermarket chain in the UK, that's the basis of our funding from that particular family. But just to mention that innovation is in our DNA. The Sainsbury supermarket chain was the first supermarket chain in the UK to introduce trolleys, what you take for granted today, in 1950. So some things that you take for granted today, somebody had to start it, and because of that, you now have the drive that you have in terms of supermarkets. Quick fact, the average supermarket today needs about 250 trolleys. So from that innovation, you can see demand and you can see supply. Right, let's move on. We talked about competitiveness in the forestry sector. For the purposes of time, I'll only take one example. I'll take the example of furniture. Furniture in Kenya, based on a World Bank sector report in 2013, employs about 160,000 people. It could be more than that. So it's a critical sector in terms of employment. In terms of revenue generation, the production, the values given to that in that particular report in 2013 was about just slightly south of 500 million USD per year. So it's a critical sector. And sometimes when we talk about forestry, we don't realize that forestry creates jobs, tangible jobs, and creates tangible revenues for families in the country. But it faces a number of challenges, and these challenges affect not just furniture, but other aspects of the commercial forestry sector. Input supply is critical, labor skills, production facilities, limited engagement and cooperation, and so forth. So next slide, please. Right, so what this tells us is that the current furniture sector, and by inference, the forestry sector, is uncompetitive. And what we've done here is just taken a very quick slide. We invited Michael Porter as Kenya. Michael Porter is a well-known professor on competitiveness from the Harvard Business School. He came and spoke to businesses, and he spoke to government in 2007. And he presented a report which was talking about the implications of Kenya from a global competitiveness perspective. And he mentioned a number of things which I want to highlight. The first one is he made it very clear to us that our prosperity is created, it's not inherited. Let me repeat, because that's important. Prosperity is created, not inherited, which means you cannot rely on your natural endowments as a source of competitiveness. And very often our logic about forestry has been about natural endowment. You have to create forests, you have to expand forests. The fact that you had forests in the past does not make you competitive. You have to do something with them. The next thing that he mentioned, therefore, is that competitiveness for us is a function of innovation and upgrading. And he broke down that innovation to a number of things. Let me just pick up two things. The first one is competitiveness is determined by your productivity. How much do you get out of each unit of production? And the same question should apply to trees. How much are we getting in terms of value from each and every tree that we actually produce in Kenya? That's a key question in terms of competitiveness. He also mentioned that you need not just to focus on efficiency, but what is the pricing? How much do you actually get for the products that you actually produce? And so I'll be linking to all those things as well as the other factors linked here, because we don't have enough time to go through all of them as we talk about commercial forestry. Next slide, please. So, is Kenya's commercial forestry sector competitive? The data tells that no. Why? If you look at exports per value, we export about 11.8 thereabouts million US dollars. That's in 2019. How about our imports? 96 million. Almost 10 times more. Okay, that's loss of foreign exchange, but also says we are also exporting jobs. But if you look at the specific sectors, you can see in terms of what we are exporting wood, rough wood, stone wood, and basket work. But what we are importing is value added, things like plywood and so forth. So again, these are opportunities for us to be more competitive, for us to produce, but we're not playing in that space competitively. Next slide, please. So the question then is, what do we do about it? The first thing to realize is, where is our production coming from? We know that in Kenya there are 3 types of forestry production systems: farm forestry, we have woodlots, and we have plantations. Now, moving on from that particular slide, next please. The question is, how can we increase productivity and production in those particular sort of geographies or territories, farm forestry, plantations, and woodlots? And we need to look at, in terms of innovation, I mentioned the Sainsbury family taking the shopping trolley in 1950, but the Sainsbury family did not invent the trolley. The trolley was invented about 13 years ago in the US. So it is okay in innovation to copy. It is okay in innovation to be slightly behind, but copy and do it well. In the case of Kenya, we can learn from our neighboring geographies. What has Uganda done? In 2004, Uganda had about 3,000 hectares under forestry. In 2020, Uganda has grown from 3,000 hectares to 90,000 hectares under forestry. How did they do that? What's the innovation? And in this particular case, there are a couple of things we want to mention. And these are things we used to do, but we're not doing very well, and we can do much better. Number one, the whole issue about concessions and agreements for PPP in terms of land lease. Second thing they're able to do is be able to make sure there's technical assistance so that your productivity based on silviculture is enhanced. The third thing is making sure that you're able to buy down the risk and put in place performance-based incentives for small growers, particularly for small growers. Don't give grants at the outset, match those grants to particular performance indicators. And the last thing they're able to do is work on using both public plantations as well as private land. If we're able to address this and we can replicate this, then we can be in a situation where both large farms as well as small farms or small growers under associations are able to be part of the growing forest tree cover and part of the 10% tree cover, but beyond that, addressing the issue of the wood deficit. Next slide, please. Right, so a couple of innovations with that. We also have and have been working on a site species matching tool. The key difference with the tool we've worked on with other stakeholders is this. We have overlaid climate change data on this particular tool. In other words, there are areas today that you may be saying are ideal for species X. The question is, will they still be ideal for species X if temperature goes up by X degrees or Y degrees? So we have overlaid not just past performance, which is typically what has happened with other applications, but future trends and future opportunities based on climate change data, based on soil data, based on the annual increment which is the typical forest science. And based on that, we've been able to tell for specific species what are the best areas to grow. And the maps that you're seeing there, which you can share with you later, shows, for example, where can Eucalyptus grandis grow best in central region, where can it grow best in Nyandarua County, and so on and so forth. Very vital information for government, but also for private sector in terms of where do they put up plantations. Next slide, please. Now, this particular tool I want to spend some time on. So once you have, like I said, I showed you the 3 typologies of growing, and now I've shown you what the different perspectives are. Now I want to show you this particular tool. This is a remote sensing tool and has great applications. The tool, this is the dashboard. I'm showing with you the dashboard. This particular dashboard is able to show you a number of issues. It's based on remote sensing. So using satellites, we're able to identify a particular geographical locale and zone in on that locale. In this case, what we did is we took this particular dashboard and we looked at a specific area. I believe this is Bungoma. What you have here towards the northwest is areas of Mount Elgon. Somewhere here at the bottom, there's a KFS plantation. But we're looking at woodlots in that particular area using remote sensing. And using remote sensing, we're able to pick up the following data. Number one, because we have fed in data and using the sensing data we have takes canopy, less terrain, gives you height, for example. Then you feed in other aspects, unique biometric aspects of the species. You're able to tell how many woodlots specifically are in that particular area. What is the total area of woodlots in that specific area? But more importantly, because you're looking for a specific species, in this case we're remote sensing for eucalyptus, you're then able to generate a woodlot volume in cubic meters for a very specific area. This is critical for investment. It's cost effective because, yes, we had to go later and do the ground truthing, but it is able to give you an assessment that is very useful for planning for government, but more importantly for private sector, that they're able to know which are the different woodlots. These are different woodlots IDs. What is the different ages, heights of the different trees in that particular plantation. You can also move the height selector. So in this case, we are looking at the total height. But if you're asking how many trees are between 10 and 23 meters, you'll be able to give the same data. Next slide, please. There are other innovations I can talk about. This one I'll go through quickly. We need to improve the way we are growing seedlings. Private sector has taken a lead on this. This is an example of a farm called Plantech. Next one. This is critical for us. When you look at specific species, you'll hear people saying, oh, for example, eucalyptus has a tendency to split. Yes, but this has been improved. We have seen situations where different generations of eucalyptus, especially this is a case from South Africa, and Marensky, who is a private sector player, being able to, using the science, remove or reduce the splitting significantly. So initial splitting was at that level. Now this is the same, several generations later, you can see reduced splitting. When you have reduced splitting, you have higher efficiency in terms of sawmilling, but you're also able to pay a higher price to the grower. Next slide, please. Obviously, like I mentioned earlier, you need to have silvicultural schemes. Let's move on. I can see the chair is looking at me. So last one very quickly. Now, what is the practical application of this? Part of what we do is we buy down the risk, we act as a catalyst, we demonstrate. So what we undertook to do this year is go to farms in Bungoma and Nyandarua, actual farms, buy wood, buy trees, cut down the trees, transport that and process it, the first level. And what we're trying to prove here is that there is a viable, even as we seek to improve the species, and we have an opportunity to use what is existing on farms. So when we process those trees, the key question has been this, and let me allow my colleague to demonstrate this. The question has been this. The challenge with Kenyan trees, with what happens on the farm level, is that it is often rejected because of what we call imperfections. Bring the other thing, please. And imperfections is things like this. So knots are different parts of the tree. But it is possible using innovation technology to cut off those particular knots and rejoin the wood using a technology known as finger jointing, which is this element here, this side here. When you join to another similar side, like this, sorry, come here, come. And you join that using a very specific glue, you now have a longer piece, a very effective piece. So in the past, we had to get a tree that was this length to be able to be viable in terms of what was bought from the farm, but that is not available from farm forestry typically. Number two, you are now able to optimize because this particular which has many knots is probably best suitable for structural timber. You can put it in roof trusses or on the side of your doors. But when you're going for furniture, you're looking for something that's a bit more clearer, which is this. But it's the same piece of wood, and you can't see the finger jointing. Now, quick question for plenary. Which is the weakest point of this particular beam? Is it at the joint or somewhere else? It is not at the joint. The joint is actually the strongest part of this particular beam. So this is counterintuitive to what I think was being presented yesterday about CLT, the same expectation emerges. So we now have new opportunities for able to translate farm forestry using little technology into new sorts of timber. That timber has broad application. Next slide, please. I'm almost finished, Chair. Thank you for indulging me. Yep. So what you have here, and we've brought some samples, is it can go into different types of furniture. Like I mentioned, but also we can export that particular wood because it's clear and there's a demand for clears in the world. We can export that particular piece of wood. Two pieces of thing I want to share with you. Innovation. This is made by a farm called Buildher. Buildher is unique. It's the same wood we got from the plantations, from the farms, transformed, processed, made from eucalyptus. This is made by a firm called Buildher. Buildher is unique. They are training women empowering women, specifically women, young women, to be able to engage in the furniture value chain. So this is made by a woman. And if you go to the website, you will see the examples. So in the past, they are relying on different types of wood. We're trying to show them that there's an opportunity to make high quality products from farm forestry in this particular value chain. That's the innovation. Next, the last one. Put this one up as well. Yesterday, Jan talked about the future being flat-packed furniture. I don't know how many of you live in apartments. I don't know how many of you have had to carry furniture. There's a business of putting the sofa on a man so that he can go to the 8th floor. I don't think that's going to be the same case 10 years from now. What is going to be the demand? The demand is going to be modular furniture. Please note, this furniture does not have nails. What does it have? Screws. Not joints, screws. Which means you can undo this furniture and you can pack it, put it back in its box, and you can be able to move a box up. It's easier to take a box of furniture, of flat-pack furniture, which is what they do with IKEA and the rest of the world, than it is to carry what you buy from the roadside in terms of a bed and a sofa. So that is the same type of wood. This is the innovation, and there is a private sector player in the Kenyan market who is looking to mass custom make this kind of products. These are just prototypes. They're not the end products, but just to demonstrate what is possible. So in conclusion, we want to move Kenya from where we are. Currently, the best that we're getting based on our wood is $300 per meter cube, because we're producing traditional products, timbers, pallets, plywood, and poles. The value in innovation is to increase from 300 to 1,000, a $700 increase, by being able to move to high quality timber, plywoods, molding, CLT, and furniture, which is the highest price to be gained. I conclude by saying the following. Last slide. Last slide, please. Our colleague from, our partner from Buildex talks about CLT. I won't talk about that yesterday. Last one. Yes, so thank you, Chair. Our partners who have been involved in this, let me just mention very quickly, we have an MOU with government through Ministry of Forestry. We work very closely with KEFRI, with KFS, the Innovation Center who mentioned us yesterday, FSK who were here yesterday, BuildHer and BuildHex that I talked about. Thank you for indulging me with time. Asante sana.
Thank you, James, for that very good presentation. Let's give him a round of applause, please. We want to appreciate the work that's being done by Gatsby, and I know the presentation is going to elicit a lot of questions, but I'll allow only 2. The others, people can just post, and then we'll be able to respond to that. So from plenary, if there's any question. Thank you. There's no question from plenary. Now online, I can see Paul on Google. Please, Paul, go ahead.
Thank you, Eric. I want to thank Mwai. I know he's very passionate about commercial forestry. There's one area which he has mentioned, which I want to, if we can also indulge in it a little bit. The issue of manipulating the timber in order to get quality. He has concentrated a lot on the use of finger joining. That is quite good, but you could also do that through, for example, good management and genetic improvement, which has helped, as you have raised, in the reduction of the splitting. Instead of, is it not good for us also to focus on empowering the small timber growers so that they indulge in good management so that they have good quality? And also on the side of yourself and Carefree, also to focus in terms of providing the good material, better material through breeding. Thank you.
Can I respond to that quickly, straight away? Thank you, Paul. A very valid question. And let me respond by saying this. There's a saying, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time to plant a tree is now. Which means basically, today we have to deal with what is available as stock. What I have suggested as finger jointing is in no way a substitute for good practice in terms of silviculture, in no way. And that's why it is two-pronged. So on the one prong, in order to be able to incentivize and to allow those who have invested in farm forestry to get returns from what is currently available so that they are not disincentivized from planting trees again, we need to be able to show them a route to market. And this technology exists and is globally acceptable, and therefore we have the opportunity to target that. But at the same time, we have a dual-pronged approach. We have talked about the ability to access improved germplasm, and I'm very proud to say, working with KEFRI and other partners, we're actually, even this very morning, we are in the stages of agreeing and supporting the development of a national tree improvement strategy, commercial tree improvement strategy, which includes therein, very explicitly, improved germplasm as well as silvicultural practices. So one is not a replacement of the other. We acknowledge, Paul, that they are complementary, but for now we need to provide a route for market for what is actually standing on the ground. And this is what is standing on the ground. And because of bad practices, yes, it has knots, it has branching issues. That will be addressed, but it can only be addressed when people have incentives to replant. And that's why this dual approach is being used.
Thank you, James. I think that will be the last question, and let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. Now, presentations are getting even sweeter as time goes by. I don't know whether I will be able to extend up to 6, because the next one is even better. I'm now ready to invite Nelly Odor from KEFRI. This is a seasoned person in terms of bamboo, and she's going to look at the bamboo, the volute energy source for manufacturing. So I invite Nelly, please. Can go ahead.
All right, thank you, Chair. Definitely, these are I had whatever to follow, but I'm excited about all the presentations yesterday and also today. They all are linking to one another. So quickly, I know time is moving very fast. So I'll be talking about the bamboo, an overlooked energy source for manufacturing. And we've already noted that bamboo biomass energy, definitely globally, is really a primary energy source. For over 2.7 billion people globally are relying on biomass energy for cooking, heating, and lighting, and now even also production for thermal energy for industry. In Kenya, over 80% of households are depending on wood fuel for cooking and heating. The industrial sector, we've seen how tea industries moved from fossil fuel to biomass energy. The vegetable oil processing companies are using 200 tons a day. So, and that could be also one of the areas where we are seeing a reduction of trees on farm over several years now. And most of these products are coming from either the forests and also the woodland areas and also on farm. Next slide, thanks. So bamboo is one of the fastest growing woody plants in the world. And there are over 1,600 species of bamboo globally, covering 32 million hectares. And within multiple economic and ecological benefits, actually they have documented over 10,000 uses of bamboo. They grow in different agroecological zones ranging from the sea level to 4,000 meters above sea level, and it's mainly found in the tropical and subtropical regions. And this is a renewable source that once you've even planted it, you'll harvest annually within a 3-4 year cycle of planting, then annual harvesting, as you'll be able to get that. So depending on the species, one can obtain between 5 to 45 metric tons per hectare annually. Next slide, please. In the country, I think it was mentioned by our director in the keynote that we only have one indigenous species, it's the highland bamboo, which is now known as Aldinia alpina, and it occurs in altitudes of 2,290 to 3,300 meters above sea level, and covers about 140 hectares, either in pure or mixed stands, and Aberdare Range has the highest cover of 50,000 hectares. However, most of the bamboo resources in Kenya are found in the government forest, and we are now increasing to find them on farm. Over 30 years ago, once KEFRI started introducing bamboo trials on having introduced exotic species that could grow in lower altitudes. And these were coming from Asia and other African countries. And we introduced about 22 exotic species, and they were in different areas. And you can see some of them, the bamboo stars and the giant ones, which are the dendrocalamas. The solid one, which is the lowland bamboo, which is the Oxynanthera abyssinica. And we even tried the moso bamboo, the Chinese one, but it didn't quite really pick up, but we usually have them as ornamental ones under control. Next slide, please. So a study carried out by KEF indicated in the natural bamboo that 68% of the bamboo clumps are either old or dead, because we've been having sporadic seeding, and once it seeds, it dies off. So after introduction of the exotic bamboo, a number of farmers and entrepreneurs have started planting bamboo, and we have over 25 counties that have now have introduced bamboo on farm. And we had the early ones in Southern Nyanza. We had a program that was there that was introducing bamboo as an alternative to tobacco. Then we have also CBOs and individual private farms that are propagating and planting bamboo seedlings. We had Victor presenting earlier. He runs the Bamboo Tropical Gardens, where we've had quite a bit of exposure in that farm. Bamboo Trading Company earlier on was also doing that. Greenport Enterprises, also currently also now about to start off their factory. The Eco Green, you've seen Jackie Namadi also presenting what they are doing. Kitil Farm has also been in this in a while, Climate Change Mitigation Initiative, amongst others. You can see how the bamboo grows. The picture on the top left, that's how one of the giant bamboos, and you can see how big it can grow. We have the Bambusa vulgaris. This is the common one, the lower right that you can see. Very easy to propagate vegetatively, and that's what you'll see quite a number of farms having introduced. Bamboo as an energy product is that calorific values compared with wood are very similar. What would be the difference is that it's the bulk density which is low. And that's why now we are talking about densifying it and making it into a briquette. Next slide, please. So even by charring it, that we can even do it on farm. These are just modified drum kilns, which are portable, low investment, and you have charcoal yields of 25 to 35%, what Jackie was also talking about. So once you've charred it, then you can make it into a briquette. Next slide, please. And you can see some of the industries that are now in Addis. We have this particular industry that is actually making bamboo briquettes from a process where they do toothpicks and boards. So the waste is what now they charcoal and then make it into a briquette, and they're even starting to package it. So in the country, we are now having a few enterprises which have started up on establishing briquetting machines, and they've already grown bamboo, but they'll also start off with other materials like agro residues that they can be able to make the briquettes and mix them up. The bamboo is producing electricity through gasification. It has great potential to generate thermal energy as well as electricity through gasification. We have projects that has been piloted in Tanzania and Madagascar under the project of implementation by INBA, where they have 1.2 kilos of bamboo produces 1 kilowatt hour of electricity. And this is similar to biomass requirement for wood or timber, and better than other types of powdered biomass or maybe bioresidues. Next slide. So you can see an example is that in Madagascar, INBA was able to demonstrate the power of bamboo. And in Tanzania, a project that was implemented by INBA was able to do a 25 kilowatt hour bamboo gasifier, and it was able to provide electricity to a training facility and around 250 local households in Tanzania. And what they did is that they only require about just slightly 180 kilos of dry bamboo to generate sufficient electricity for 6 hours. And a case study in Indonesia just shows that if you have now a bamboo plantation of 400 hectares, just going through the bamboo feedstock that would be able to provide about 80 to 100 tons of per hectare per year. that makes products, and what is used for energy is now the waste. And when you take it round and then you gasify it, and you'll be able to now have a facility that is able to collect the biomass from communities, and the local government-owned company, which is the Clean Power Indonesia, is able to supply this kind of power, 400 kilowatt plant. Thank you. So I'm concluding. So proven technologies are in place for use of bamboo energy in manufacturing. And this is something that we need to upscale. And I think Jackie has mentioned that, and even our director in his keynote, that we need to increase this particular resource because it has so many uses. And definitely what would come out as the waste can be able to be used in energy. So the bioenergy use potential should be modified without affecting the natural ecosystems negatively. So we need to promote bamboo because it's fast growing and it's renewable, and its annual regeneration, such that so using bamboo as a source of bioenergy can take pressure off forest resources and reducing deforestation. And I think that's my last slide. Thank you. And these are the varied some of the things that we are doing. These are all products in Kenya, other than the issue of bioenergy. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you. Nelly has been able to keep time. I believe she was timing herself, and she's a law-abiding. She kept to my earlier statement that these are people who have experience and they can reduce time. So I want to allow for 2 questions. One from the plenary, another one online. Starting with the plenary. So we don't have from the plenary. Online also I don't see anybody asking a question. So let's once again thank, okay, please, you can ask.
Jan is asking, what about making electricity through burning bamboo and making steam? He's also asking, can we plant bamboo to save the Mau complex?
Yes, this is possible. In fact, we are discussing actually with KFS in some of the plantation areas, instead of replanting the other trees, to have at least demos of planting bamboo in some of these areas, and then have what demonstration plots in terms of actually seeing how we can be able to do that. So it's possible to do that, Jan, and definitely bamboo being a fast grower and renewable, then this will be a very good crop. The key thing is actually site matching, because some of these plantation areas are pretty high, and what we were doing with the exotics, which were able to propagate and even get seeds, is that they're not able to do very well in altitudes of 2,000 meters above sea level. So what we do also with Ushania is that because it's very difficult to propagate, we've been able to get offsets, and we want to see how, if we plant those offsets in those areas that are designated 2,300 meters above sea level, then we should be able to have trials of the indigenous bamboo. One thing is that I know in India, what they have been propagating for energy will be the bima bamboo, and it's because it's a TC, it's a tissue culture bamboo, such that then you'll clear fell it. But what we are now talking of these other bamboo is that you want to use the main come for high-end production, and then the waste and the tops and the bottoms can be used for energy. So it will have an integrated kind of systems, just like how even our timber industries have an integrated system where they get the whole log, and what they use the bark and the sawdust into making energies to produce their steam for factories.
Thank you. I just want to add that we already have initiatives to use bamboo in rehabilitating the repossessed forest areas. And we are doing this in collaboration with other partners and KEFRI. So that's something that's ongoing, and people need to know that. Thank you. So I once again want to thank the presenter, Nelly, for that good presentation. If there are any other questions, you can just post them, then we'll be able to respond. Thank you once again. Let's give a round of applause to Nelly for that good presentation. Thank you. Thank you. We would like to move to the next presentation, and I hope the next presenter also keep time the same way that Nelly did. The next one is integrating research and community participatory action in the conservation and restoration of locally threatened medicinal, that's Securidaka, that's a long name, although I'm a forester, but I'm saying it's a violet plant for the people in Wote, Makueni County. This is being done by Gerald Kanyaru, National Museums of Kenya. Welcome, Gerald.
Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. I'll be presenting about integrating research and community participation in conserving and the restoring of the violet plant, actually called the Securidaka, with the people in Makueni County, which is a medicinal species. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So the violet plant is a tree in the family Polygalaceae. Sorry, back the second one, please. Sorry, previous one. Previous one. Previous. Previous. So, next one now. No, previous. Let's go back. Let's start from the beginning. I think you've gone ahead. So now let's proceed. The next one, please. Next one. So the species is widespread in Africa, but in Kenya it's mainly endemic to 3 counties in Kenya, namely Makueni, Embu, and Kwale. It's mainly a tree, and at some point you may find shrub of with grayish sort of flaking stems. Next slide. Next slide. So this species is now we have been working. Sorry, back. Can I share my screen, please? Oh no, there. Let me share my screen. Sorry. So this study focused on Makueni County, specifically Wote Division. And the local community uses the plant as a medicine, where they extract the roots and the barks and convert them into powder. Some boil the concoction, then they use it to cure chest pains, coughs, diseases, snake bites, inflammatory conditions, headaches, toothaches, and infertility. So this has led to mostly the deforestation, leading to degradation of the habitats, mainly the fragmented patches. These are other the other locally habitats of the plant. So other degraded areas are the as you can see, this is a photo or is a Landsat image of the habitat. This one is for 2010 and this one is for 2020. You can see the greenish vegetation here is not available here, and you can see even the degradation here as evident. So this has led to the degradation also of the habitats. You can see the different habitats in the area, which is also inhabited by invasive species. The landscape has changed to bare rocks. So even the degradation of the water watershed sites in water, where the local community have continued to deforest the areas, the watershed areas, this has also led to reduced water supply and even the quality. As you can see from the images, there are dry streams and people in search of water in the area. So the other threats that are facing the species include the deforestation. As you can see, the fires, the slash and burn cultivation, even converting this habitat into farmlands. And also this is an aloe secundiflora, another medicinal plant that has been destroyed, that has been unsustainably harvested by the local community to prepare medicine. And you can see the threats. The locality itself is near a roadside, which is under the threat from herbivory. As you can see also the cows grazing in their habitats. So in as much as this tree is unsustainably harvested by the community, it has faced challenges in its propagation, of which it has recorded at least 43% of the ex vitro germination rates and a rate of 67 to 90 in vitro germination rate. So it has become difficult even for the local community to propagate the species. So there was need to integrate research on quality studies of the species to inform the optimum time when the seed is supposed to be collected when it's in its optimum maturity. So in this, we studied the moisture content of the seeds. We collected the seeds at different intervals. The first harvest interval, second harvest in a period of 1 month, 1 to 1 month and a half apart. So we carried the moisture content test for the 4 developmental stages, and also we carried the fresh weight, dry weight, and the water weight of the seeds along the harvest periods. So if we propagated the seeds in an incubator and in a propagator, where we found that there was rising percentage germination of the seeds. At first harvest, the germination was 0, but as we continued through the harvest periods, the germination continued to increase. And where at the third harvest, the germination was at 100%. But as we went to collect during the fourth harvest, the germination rates continued to reduce. And the same for the propagator, where the germination was at 0, but at the third harvest, where there was optimum germination, it was recorded to have been at close to 85% germination rate of the same. So when you wanted to find the relationship between the germination rates and the moisture content between the 4 maturity stages, where we found that the moisture content, as the seed continued to develop, the dry weight continued also to increase, because as the cotyledon continued to develop, the amount of water in the seed continued to reduce. So that's where we found at the third harvest, when the moisture content was at close to around 35%, that was optimum germination rate, which was there in mid-August. So we can see the part of the seedlings, the germinated seedlings. So these findings, we published this finding in booklets where we went and trained even the local community farmers on how to propagate this, how to collect the species, how to process it, the germination, the optimum time for seed collection, how to propagate, how to prepare nurseries, and so on and so on and so on. So some of the conservation constraints by the farmers, which I'm part of the JAPEL Conservation Farmer Self-Help Group, is that there have been no success in propagating priority tree seedlings in the past, mainly due to lack of the technical skills. And due to the unsustainable rainfall in the area, there has been adequate water supply even to water the tree seedlings. So at most of the times, the seedlings have desiccated while in the nurseries.
So excuse
course,
me,
they have been
Gerald, your time is over,
Yes.
so you can be winding up.
Yeah, let me wind up. So there have been lack of incentives from the conservation work, where many of the members have channeled their efforts toward growing the food crops, and there have been lack of economic tree species that can be used for timber, firewood, which have resulted in the local community exploiting the native species in the wild. So there have been even adequate facilities, as you can see, the nurseries that we have been using, and also the lack of training. So these are some of the action plans that have been raised that we have presented to the Net Fund Economic Stimulus Program as a proposal. Threatened wild medicinal plant species, the framework and the economic species, where we need to integrate research to produce more propagation protocols so that we can equip the local community with the technical skills to propagate these plants. And we need to install water tanks so that we can avail water for the local community to continue watering the seedlings. And we need to support value chains such as honey and economic tree seedlings production, so that we can empower the local community economically, so that they can be able to channel efforts towards the local community work, towards the conservation work. Yes, so thank you for your audience.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gerald. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you. Now it's time to pose at least two questions before we move to the next presentation. I can start from the plenary first before I allow on Google to ask a question. So we don't have anybody from the plenary. Paul, you can go ahead, please.
Thank you. Gerald, thank you for the good presentation.
Yes.
I also like the area of your conclusion, so that there is more sustainability as you try to conserve the tree species. But what is a paradox to me is that when you, in the introduction, you talked about how important this tree species is to the local community, because it's like cures so many ailments, so many diseases, and yet people are destroying the same gold. And people are also not keen to promote the conservation of the same gold. And this is the same paradox which I've come across in forestry. People talk highly of how forests are important, trees are important, blah, blah, blah. And then when it comes to conservation and protection and good, wise use of trees, then you find them destroying the same gold which they are praising so much. What is the real issue on the ground on as far as conservation of this important species is concerned?
So, okay. So the real issue on the ground is that they don't view the species as having any ecological importance. They view the species as a medicinal source, and at the times they collect firewood from it. So that aspect of conservation is not there because most of them are poor. The study was carried in a in a remote area where there are so many poor people. So the access to medicine and palliative care is not heard of, because you can hear that some of them in this species so many years. And during my study, I encountered 2 COVID cases in different households, and they have been using the medicinal plants from the forest. So not unless we continue to do capacity building and to involve them in these activities, I don't think there is any. I think the future is in training them and in involving them in conserving this, and also economically empowering them so that they can have at least money to go even to hospitals. Yeah, that's what I can say in regards to that.
Yeah, thank you, Gerald. Thank you. Let's give another round of applause at least. Thank you. We'll move to the next presentation. This is by Emily Kideka. She's going to talk about the briquetting technologies in relation to the Agenda 4. So welcome, Emily. It seems Emily is not with us.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'll be presenting on behalf of Emily.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is briquetting technologies in relation to the Agenda 4. I'm Peter Achachi Logutu, presenting on behalf of the other team members, that is Nelly Odur and Emily Kideka. Next. Yeah, that's just an outline of what is in the presentation, but just go to the next slide, please. Yeah, this work recognizes several research studies that have been undertaken in regard to bioenergy. And in Sub-Saharan Africa, about 80% of the population uses biomass energy for cooking. And in Kenya, about 68% of all energy consumed are obtained from biomass. And about 90% of rural households use biomass energy. Now, the wood fuel, again, is a major source of energy for institutions, especially schools and hospitals, hotel industries, for heating industrial boilers, in tea and tobacco curing, briquette baking, fish smoking, resulting into deforestation and also biodiversity. Next. Yeah, we recognize also that Kenya is already facing a wood fuel demand supply deficit of about 60%. And this is responsible for over exploitation of forest resources arising from inefficient production and consumption technologies, and that this demand supply gap is projected at about 17.8% increase by 2032. And on the health side, continued use of three stone open fires for cooking and heating expose families, particularly women and children, to health damaging pollutants. Now, based on the wood demand supply deficit, biomass briquettes is a fast emerging as a source of alternative fuel for domestic, industrial, and institutional thermal applications. Next. Yeah, so just a definition of briquette. A briquette is a compressed block of it can be either coal dust, but in this case, we are not talking of coal, but we are talking of other combustible biomass materials, especially agricultural waste, forest residues, charcoal, sawdust, wood chips, peat, etc., used for fuel and kindling to start a fire. Now, briquette is basically a French word meaning brick. Briquettes in Kenya have been produced on a small scale since 1970s. And there are two types of briquettes. One is non-carbonized briquettes produced directly from the biomass feedstock, and carbonized briquettes produced from biomass that has undergone pyrolysis. And pyrolysis basically is a combustion in the absence of oxygen. Next. So some of these briquetting technologies, like in manufacture of non-carbonized briquettes, so you start with a feedstock source, then drying and storage, briquetting, and this is basically using high-pressure piston machines. Then you go to packaging and storage and transportation for sales, and then use in industries and institutions. So non-carbonized briquettes basically are used in mainly boilers, in the tea, oil and confectionery industries, and also in schools. Next. Yeah, on the other hand, the process for manufacturing of carbonized briquettes is a bit complicated because it includes feedstock source, and then drying, then carbonization. Then we have to, once you're carbonized, the biochar has to be mixed with a particular binder. This could be either molasses, starch, or second-grade gamma arabic that remains after processing. Then you do briquetting, then drying, packaging and sales, and then use in households. Next. Yeah, so we take a case of a community community by enterprises project in Dewa. This project started in 2015 and lasting up to end of this year. Now, the purpose was to establish 3 community-based cooperatives in production and marketing of carbonized briquettes from sugarcane bagasse through several other activities, including baseline or survey on feedstock and bioenergy needs, sensitization of communities, county government as sugar millers, and organizing community interest groups, especially charcoal producers and traders, into cooperatives, providing them with several capacity building trainings. Then the other major task was technology assessment and development, which involved technology assessments, both in Kenya and globally, technology development, developing prototypes, testing, pilots, and training on the use. And then in terms of business and market development, involved market assessment, value chain mapping, branding, promotion, then development of business models, again, training and upscaling towards commercial scale. And on the left, you can see, on the right, you can see those steps from sugarcane bagasse to production of briquettes, to drying, and also briquettes finding itself in the local markets. Yes, next. Yeah, so this is our framework. This is our model, and issues to be tackled. That's a briquette value chain or business concept. So we have now the resource, which involves the feedstock and technology inputs, then labor and skills. Then we have finances, market, and networks. What the resulting products would be briquette-based businesses. Next. So some of the results from our pilot project is that this local manufacturing of briquetting equipment. So in local manufacturing of carbonization kilns, that's the improved tillard kilns, which with an efficiency of about 30% from the biomass. So from raw biomass, using the locally manufactured improved kilns produces about 30% of biochar within 60 minutes per batch. And this kiln already, the kilns have been produced and sold. About 25 units have already been manufactured locally and sold. So the number of jobs that have been created in the manufacture of kilns, 8 engineering artisans, which including 6 men and 2 women. And the other one is local manufacture of briquette machines. And we recognize that some of these technologies have been imported before, but this project demonstrates that these technologies can be manufactured locally for use. So next. Yeah, again, one of the results is manufacture of carbonized briquettes using the locally manufactured kilns and screw press briquette machines, as you can see on the pictures. And then for application, manufacture of improved cookstoves for briquettes, which is compatible. Now we recognize that many that briquette from agricultural waste contains a higher percentage of ash, and if it's subjected to our normal geckos, then it exhibits poor performance. So therefore, there's a need to develop a compatible stove which can allow ash to drop down and create space for oxygen flow, which aids burning. So this one again has been developed through this project. Next. Yeah. From the project, we did a test of thermal properties of the briquettes, and again subjected it to and compared with the charcoal against the national standards. Now, the standards again was developed through this project with other team members from KEBS and other stakeholders. So these are some of the attributes of our carbonous briquettes thermal values. We have moisture content, volatile matter, fixed carbon, and then ash content and calorific value. The most important thing is probably, if you look at the calorific value, about 19.35% against the national standard of 18%, of 18 megajoules per kilogram. So this demonstrates that briquettes from developed through this project exhibit a higher thermal value. Yes, next. Yeah. The product again has been demonstrated in marketplaces, that's 10 local markets, and also in schools. And in schools purposely to inspire the young upcoming children to showcase and to demonstrate to them that this is a green energy, so that they can start developing that the attitude. Yes, next. Yeah, again, in terms of engagement for feedstock access and product promotion, this project again has conducted a contract signing with the sugar miller for sustainable access to bagasse feedstock over a 3-year contract. Before one gets to briquette production, you must ensure that there is a sustainable supply of the feedstock.
Your time is over, so you should be winding up, please.
Okay, next. Yeah, so the most important thing is that this case study and many other projects have demonstrated potential to contribution to the Big Four agenda under 2 main pillars. One, in terms of manufacturing, local manufacturing of briquettes equipment, local production of briquettes, and manufacture of briquette compatible stoves. So that the contribution towards manufacturing. On the health pillar, mainly for prevention, this project has demonstrated access to clean cooking solution, in regard to reduction of indoor air pollution, and then access to clean energy, which reduces workload and health complications associated with carrying firewood, especially women and children. Next. Maybe just go to next. Conclusion next. Yeah, so what we can conclude here and recommend is that converting agricultural waste, forest residues, thinnings, and invasive species into briquettes is an environmentally friendly practice with potential to create jobs, income, and businesses along the value chain. 2, briquette production contributes directly to the Big Four agenda in 2 pillars of manufacturing and health. But then, in order to promote private sector investments and accelerate that type of briquettes, the technology, market, and policy barriers must be overcome. Next. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause, please. I know this is technology that is endearing to many rural communities, and it has been there for some time. I know people have been talking about uptake, adoption levels in different communities. But I'll now open the floor for questions. 2 questions again, one from the plenary here, another one online. Plenary? We don't have anyone from plenary online. I don't see any question. So thank you so much. The presenter, I request that you introduce yourself again. We didn't capture your name well.
Yeah, I'm Peter Churchill Ogutu from Kefri.
Thank you very much, Churchill. And thank you for that good presentation. So we'll move to the last presentation, but not the least. The English people tell us that, last but not least. I want to invite Christian Lambretz from Rhino Arc to present a paper on zonation of gazetted forests with the aim of converting them into indigenous forests. So welcome, Christian.
Yes, good afternoon and many thanks for your invitation. My presentation will actually focus on gazetted forest in the country. And as you know, in Kenya, gazetted forest managed by the Kenya Forest. Are you getting me?
Can get you now.
Yes. So let me just restart again. Sorry for that. My presentation is largely focused on Kenya gazetted forest managed by the Kenya Forest Service, which, as you know, comprise largely of commercial forest plantations made of exotic species for most of them, as well as indigenous forest. Now, the planning of where forest plantations and where indigenous forests are going to be located in the gazetted forest is what is being called in the forestry sector zonations. And so the purpose of this presentation is actually to highlight the need of reviewing the current zonations in the protected forests of Kenya, in particular in our mountain forest. Now, as a way of an introduction and as a way of providing some context, I have just quoted here some text from the 2008 report of a government task force on the conservation of the Mao Forest Complex, what was called the Mao Task Force. And if you see those two paragraphs, basically they say two main things. First, they highlight the importance of Kenya mountain forests. They are, as we know, the water tower of the country, and those water towers actually providing critical services in support of most of the economic sector in this country. On the other side, the same text also states that the management of those water towers have been largely directed and steered from a forestry standpoint, not recognizing fully all the other ecosystem that those forests are providing. And this is actually a situation that we are still facing in most of a protected forest managed by Kenya Forest Service, in particular in our mountain forest. So the rest of my presentation, I will try to do two things. First, I would like to highlight the importance and the value of those mountain forests. And secondly, I would like to showcase some issues that we are dealing with the past zonation, because the zonation that we are dealing today in the mountain forest has actually been a zonation that has been decided upon many decades ago, at the time where things were being looked at purely from a forestry standpoint. Next slide. So here I will just show you quickly a couple of maps here, just to show why those mountain forests that you can see on the map, they are those green polygons, why they are critically important. You see all the rivers coming from them, and those rivers actually the main rivers of Kenya, and they are the main rivers feeding most of our lakes. 3 of them are actually cross-boundary lakes, so actually there is also a regional dimension to what I'm talking about. Next slide. In terms of hydropower, you can see on the map those little icons that shows the hydropower plants that are being put on the rivers that are flowing from those mountain forests. The total hydropower being established on those rivers amount to 738 megawatt, with a bill coming from the Aberdares and Mount Kenya. But what you can see also is that in the Mao, the potential capacity not yet developed is actually quite important. It's as big as the potential that has been developed in the Aberdares and Mount Kenya. Next slide. These slides show basically the density of population in the country. The darker red it is, the more densely people are being settled. And you can see that people in Kenya are largely being formed into three areas: in the foothills of Mount Kenya and the Aberdares. They are to be formed in the Lake Victoria Basin, which is being surrounded by Mount Elgon, the Shangani Hills, and the Mao. And then people are also to be formed largely in the coast area. And the main issue is actually because in those areas you have water availability, of water coming from those mountain forests, draining the land where those where the bulk of population is currently being established. Next slide. And then when it comes to one of the important crops being produced in the country, you can see here the tea in particular, which are being highlighted by those green zones. You can see that tea growing areas are to be found at the foothills of those mountain forests, largely because the climatic conditions for optimum tea growth are being met in terms of moisture, soil temperature, and air temperature. So clearly, you can see from those few maps that those mountain forests are actually critically important in terms of water, in terms of energy, in terms of providing water to the people of Kenya, as well as in terms of supporting some of the critical cash crops that we are producing in the country. Now, in terms of figures, and we move to the next slide. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Let me also highlight this point. Yes. Those rivers, and here is the case of the Mao Forest Complex, those rivers flowing from those mountain forests are also critically important for a number of conservation areas that have to be found in the lowland. Actually, they are the lifeline of those conservation areas. Here, this is the case of the Mao Forest Complex, and you can see 8 conservation areas that actually depending upon the water flowing from the Mao Forest Complex. So there is also a tourism and wildlife dimension to be added to what I've mentioned previously. Next slide. Now, when it comes to the figures, it was interesting that in 2012, UNEP together with KFS and the Ministry of Planning have been looking at what has been the contribution of the forestry sector, in particular the mountain forest, to the national economy, in particular in terms of GDP. And at the time, the national account of Kenya was putting the annual contribution of the mountain forest at 1.1% of the GDP. Now, UNEP and KFS did a little of further work with the Ministry of Planning, and after just a couple of months of work, they were already able to increase that value to 3.6%. And no doubt that if further work is being done, we could find that actually the national contributions of our mountain forests is actually much higher. And this is critically important because the higher is the contribution of the mountain forest to the national GDP, the better we will be able to convince our lawmakers in attributing larger budget to the Kenya Forest Service, to the Kenya Wildlife Service, and to all the other stakeholders who are currently involved in the conservation and management of those critical mountain forests. Next slide. Now, some valuation studies has been done over the years, and I'm just mentioning here on the table 3 major valuation studies. Basically, valuation of ecological services being provided by those mountain forests. And you can see one being done in 2009 by KFRI, one in 2011 by a group of organizations, including UNEP and RANWAC, where currently I'm coming from, and the last one of 2018 that was done largely by the US Forest Service together with KFRI. And interesting enough, when you look at those figures and you update those figures to their present value, what will be the value today, it appears that those 3 reports are coming up with very similar figures, around 550,000 shillings per hectare per year of ecological services provided by those mountain forests. So we cannot say, based on those studies, that every hectare of mountain forest provide ecological services to the nation to the tune of 555,000 shillings per year. Now, if we look at what it means when you look at all the 5 main water towers of Kenya, so I mean Mount Kenya, the Aberdare, Shangani Hills, Mount Elgon, and the Mao, the total value of the contributions in terms of ecological services provided by those 5 water towers come to in the tune of 621 billion shillings every year. This is not a minor figures by all means. We go to the next slide. Now, I'm talking here about the total services being provided by those mountain forests. But on this slide, I wanted to separate the total value from actually what we are deriving in terms of timber and in terms of benefit related to the PELI systems. And the study that of which I'm showing the figures here is the one being undertaken by the US Forestry Service and Carefree in the Shangani Hills, the Mao Forest Complex, and Mount Elgon. And what appears is that the total economic value is 339 billion, but the contribution from the plantations and from the PELIs, it's barely a little more than 11 billion shillings. And from those figures, you can start realizing that actually making a zonation that is based on maximizing of the plantations actually is not appropriate, because the bulk of the benefit that we are deriving from those mountain forests do not come from extracting timber from those forests. So we have to relook at the zonations of those mountain forests. Now, next slide. Now, I just want to show you some few examples of very poor zonations. On this map, you can see the elephant populations density on Mount Kenya. We have 2,600 elephants on Mount Kenya, and the darker the red area, the highest is the density of elephants in the dry season. And you can see that elephants are to be found in high density in the northeast, which is called the Imenti Forest, as well as in the southwest, in Tego Forest. Now, those two little forests are being linked to Mount Kenya by 2 corridors. Now, let's see what's happening in those corridors. Next slide. Now, this is the case of the Imenti Forest, and you can see the corridor. And actually, the corridor is comprising only of commercial forest plantations, meaning that when the elephants want to go from Mount Kenya to the Imenti, they have to cross forest plantations where you have the PELI systems causing a human-wildlife conflict as well as damage to the trees being planted over there. So clearly this is a good example of very poor zonations that is not to the benefit of plantation establishment, nor to the benefit of protecting elephant, in particular the forest elephant, which, as you know, are nowadays critically endangered in the world. Next slide. And here we look at the situation in Tego Forest, and you will see all those little darker polygons on the map, and those are forest plantations. And again, for elephants to go from Mount Kenya to Tego Forest, which is a main area where elephants goes in the dry seasons, they have to cross forest plantations. So same scenario, human-wildlife conflict and damage to the forest plantations, very poor zoning. Let's move to the next slide.
Christian, you have only 1 minute, so you could be winding up, please.
Okay, very good. So on this slide, you can see a circle in red, those forest plantations being located high up on Mount Kenya. And because of the locations, actually, sawmillers are not interested in actually cutting them down because of the cost to access them. Next slide. I will pass this one. It will take too long time to explain. Actually, it's quite interesting. Next slide. And here we have the case of the Aberdares. You can see those blue and those blue, orange, and green line. Those are the fence, the electric fence in the Aberdares. And the fence was being aligned so that inside the fence we have the conservation areas comprising of indigenous forest. Outside the fence we have the forest plantations, but you can still see quite a lot of forest plantations in Kimakia and Gatare and South Kinango forestations, which may impact negatively on the water catchment of that area. And bear in mind that area is actually the key sources of Makaine Dam and Sasua Dam, which are the 2 main dams providing water to Nairobi City. Next slide. And last slide. So as a way forward, and I believe I will be just in time, as a way forward, clearly we have first to further undertake valuation of ecosystem goods and services provided by those mountain forests. Our understanding is evolving with time, and no doubt that the more we work on that, the better we understand the importance of those mountain forests and the higher value will be. Second, we have to make sure that the zonation of our forests is being reviewed, taking into considerations all the ecological services that they provide. And finally, in the case of the Aberdares, all the forest plantation inside the electric fence should be reverted back to indigenous forests. I will stop my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Christian, for that good presentation. And you have really tried to keep time. Thank you. I now open the floor for questions from the plenary and then online. Starting with the plenary, please. Any question? I can see Paul. Paul, please go ahead.
Thank you, Eric. I want to thank Christian for the very good presentation. I could hear him talk about two very critical issues. One was the increase, trying to enhance the value, the contribution of forestry to the GDP. I was involved in this study by UNEP and KFS, and we didn't complete the study because we just ended up at the point where we included all the marketed products and services, and we didn't deal with the non-marketed forest products and services. And I think if that study is continued with, then the real contribution of forests to GDP will be arrived at. My second issue is where the zonation. I think most of the earlier zonation was based on the use of the forest land, and it was considered to be for production where there were forest plantations to be established, and one for conservation where forest was to be conserved for services such as environment and also the wildlife conservation. I think his case is just maybe the boundaries which delineated the two types of uses of forests. The management maybe could have not been done well. So it is an issue of realigning the boundaries between conservation forests and production forests so that those areas which are supposed to have been in conservation zones were left out in the production zones, hence for the production of establishment of plantations. And I think what we can recommend, in addition to what Christian has said, is a gradual transformation so that we don't lose value of those plantations which were wrongly placed. So that as we replace those plantations, then we choose the right species which are geared mainly for conservation rather than production. So I want to thank you once again for that good presentation. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. I wonder whether Christian will want to say something on that.
Yes, just to say that Paul should have made the presentation instead of me, because he was able to summarize what I said in 2 minutes. Actually, it took me 8 minutes to say the same. But I fully agree, Paul. In terms of converting those forest plantations into indigenous forests, it will be a progressive way. As soon as those forest plantations have been harvested, then they will be converted into indigenous forests. So it will take quite a number of years before that process is completed.
Thank you. Do you have any other? I know this is the last presentation, but I can invite another question if there is. I know this is an issue that has been discussed in a number of fora, And there's always been that question in terms of looking at the contribution of plantation to the to the GDP and natural forest. But some people say we look at per hectare. If 20 hectares, yes, there's still another question from James.
Thank you, Christian. Two questions, actually one question and one statement. So the first one is very much related to what I asked earlier when the water towers presentation was made. Based on this assessment and the valuation of those forests and the utilization of what comes from the forest, would you say that our water currently, our water as supplied and as costed is undervalued? Should there be a more realistic valuation of water and other services that come from the forest? But particularly, I want to hear about water. And would that also act as an incentive? If we are able, because the question is, where do we get the money to reinvest in this? So perhaps, is there an opportunity to levy fees and, but obviously you levy fees, then it becomes more expensive for water, but would that also act as an incentive to better utilize water as a resource? But the second comment or statement would be, given what you've said, that it's only 10 billion out of 300 billion that comes from plantation forests. And if we're then to gazette those forests, it means we need to, and your suggestion is to convert that to indigenous forest, which means we need a substitute for that plantation forest timber. And we've done some quick arithmetic here. So based on those particular figures, if you take your 10 billion and you divide it by how much an average mature tree costs, I think you come to about 100,000 trees required. If you divide that by a well-producing acreage or hectareage, it's about 1,700 trees per hectareage, which works out roughly about, you only need about 60 to 100 well-managed woodlots out of the forest to produce the same of what you're producing in the particular forest, given, give or take a number of assumptions. So what I'm suggesting here is that there is an opportunity. As we move towards this conservation, there's an opportunity to replace that by giving the incentive to private sector and to private growers to do this effectively and to replace what's not being gotten from the forest by private production, and in so doing, enhance the complementarity between conservation and commercial forestry.
Thank you. That's James Mwai from Gatsby. If Christian can respond.
Yes. First of all, on the issue of drawing back from the water use into forest conservation, I think that's a very good idea. Let me just give you an idea. The Water Resource Authority is selling the water to the Water Service Board at 50 cents per cubic meter. And then the various Water Service Board sell the water to the various water companies at something between 25 and 35 shillings per cubic meter. And then those water companies is selling the water to you at a price between, let's say, 60 and 120 shillings per cubic meter, depending upon your level of consumptions. Now, if the Water Resource Authority was selling the water not at 50 cents, but at 2 shillings, maybe we will have enough resources to actually make a big difference in the way we are managing our forest resources. If you speak to the Water Resource Authority, they will say that the 50 cents that they are collecting from selling the water is actually largely used to actually support the activities and the program of the Water Resource Authority. Very little is being left to actually support the various water resource user associations that are actually there and supposed to manage and to enhance the management of the catchment areas together with KFS and Kenya Wildlife Service in the upper protected areas. So clearly there, I believe we have a clear model, and the clear model will be to enhance or to increase the water price being sold by WRA from 50 cents to maybe 2 shillings or 3 shillings, and some feasibility studies could easily determine what would be the optimum price to secure enough funding to to help conserve the upper catchment areas. Now, your second point, I think you are spot on, and actually I've been using data coming from GASB quite largely, so I think we're really supporting each other on this matter. But just to say that I believe we should focus into enabling the private sector in establishing forest plantations on private land. And there are a number of key barriers that has been already identified. One of your previous reports actually was identifying quite a number of them. And in my views, one of the key roles of the Kenya Forest Service should be actually to build the capacity to establish the market and to remove the barriers to the establishment of forest plantation on private land. I believe the future is there. The future is not by trying to keep a number of forest plantation in critical catchment areas, which in any case are not able to meet the wood demand in the country and forcing the country actually to import largely wood product from abroad.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have come to the end of our presentations today and for the whole conference. I want to take this opportunity again to thank all of you, those who have been participating online and those who are able to come here at the Le Serene Hotel, where we have been, which has been the center for this transmission. I would like now to invite Mr. Michael Okok of NetFund. This is the person who has been leading the organizing team in preparation of this conference. I once again want to thank everybody, those who have been able to stay online and listen to the presentations. I wish you a very nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nahama. Can we give him a round of applause for the moderation? Thank you very much for the job well done. Since Joshua left around 11, you've faithfully led us through this session. Team, I know we have stretched it about 2 hours excess of the time we planned. So I won't really take a lot of your time. But since we are going to have remarks from the director, Kenya Forest Service. I don't know if they are online, Nahama, and the CEO. I just request us who are here to stand up and stretch. Let's just stand up and stretch. I know it's been a long, long day sitting there. Those who are online, can you stand and stretch? Very good. We can sit. I must say that it is very clear that we needed more than just the 2 days. As you can see, these were shortlisted presentations. We had so many presentations, abstracts that we received, but we only managed to shortlist this. We tried to squeeze them, and that's why we had to, stretch. It is a little bit hard to do this conference in 2 days. So I think next time we need to go beyond the 2 days, probably do 3 days if we are to, engage meaningfully. I'm sure this afternoon session has been a little bit hard on some of us. If you check online, the numbers have also been dwindling. We were at some point at 72. We have reduced to 32, which means that some of us have left. So let me just say thank you. It's not my duty to really give vote of thanks, but I just want to say thank you to the presenters who were able to stay online and even in this space here to wait patiently to present. Those who whose presentations, those who had expressed interest to present but their presentation were not shortlisted, we assure you that we will be, next time, we will create a more space, more time, so that we incorporate as many presentations as possible. Participants, both online and physical, thank you so much for staying with us, the organizing committee. I want to address one comment that has been raised almost 10 times from yesterday. Well, it's not a comment, but a question by Timothy Wekesa. I wonder whether he's still online. But Timothy has been asking us if there will be allowance at the end of this conference. There is even a point he alluded as people here are receiving allowances. How about those at the physical, at the online, or attending online? I want to make it to Wekesa and anybody who is concerned about this, is that we didn't actually have budget for such. So we are not giving any allowances, even for people within this facility and those who are joining us online. So my apologies. We really were working under constrained budgetary limits. So we can look into this in the future. If there are resources, we could take care of your credit. He was talking about internet and keeping them online and that such. So next time we hope if we get resources, we can be able to facilitate your internet connectivity to join us online. Unfortunately, today, we are not able to do so. So kindly just bear with us. I hope the conference has been of benefit to you, for those who attended, so that even if you don't get the allowance, you say, I have gained on this particular front. So just bear with us on that. I want to say that presenters, I really want to go to the entire process that we had planned for the way forward. So I'll just go briefly. All the presenters, both who have presented online and here, please share with us your final abstracts of the presentations by June 20th, 2021. All the presenters, if you presented, please share those your final one. Because I'm sure from here, you will have reviewed them and done some final copy. Keynote speakers, to share the full papers, kindly. We want to put together an abstract booklet, and we would like to have your final presentations, your final abstracts. So kindly do so by 20th of July. Out of that, we have documented this meeting. If you go to YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, you'll find this recording from yesterday and today. We are going to review that. The recommendations that have come out of this meeting, we are going to summarize them into a small policy notes or a brief, which we'll share with the key actors, including the participants here, so that we see which actor can pick on which issues to move forward with. Those who also, I will say that all the presentations here that were made here, people asking on them on the charts, if you registered through Zoom, basically you submitted an email address, so we'll share all the presentations via email address. So don't worry about that, they will be shared with you in due course. Additionally, and finally, for those who are within this conference, make sure you fill in the registration sheet, which was at the door. I think Miriam will make sure everybody who is here. I hope those who had left have had signed their names. Then we have an evaluation sheet, Miriam. Miriam has distributed. Please make sure you fill it. For those who are online, we are going to provide a survey monkey. It will be an online platform where you just do the evaluation of the conference for the 2 days. So kindly, when you receive that link, it will take you less than 5 minutes. Just commit some time to fill that. We expect to receive them back. And it's feedback for us to know what to improve in future. in future conferences. Thank you so much. And I'll just give this back to Joshua to invite the conclusion, the concluding sections, to moderate the concluding sections.
I think some applause would be appropriate, even for yourselves, and think you've done a great job just to be here. We really appreciate you. At this juncture, we are to have some closing remarks by the CCF. Mr. Noor, on behalf of the CCF. Mr. Noor, are you there?
Yes. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the good work. For the last 2 days, I think we have had very good presentations, several of them, which are very informative and educative in terms of innovations that have been employed in forestry to enhance sustainable management of forests. And I think one thing is coming out very clear is that there is a very big space there, which has been seriously underutilized in terms of the private sector investment in this sector, in terms of private sector investment in this subsector. The niche is mine is to say that there is very big opportunities for the private sector investment, and I think the investment we have seen that has been growing in the last maybe 10 years or so. It is important that we take home most of this innovation and see some of the private sectors coming in a very big way in terms of establishment of plantations. I think what Christian said last is very important. Looking at this sector, 10 years to come, 5 years to come after this, 10 years, 20 years after this, I think the responsibility of producing materials for the consumption, that is the softwood, the plantation species, will largely shift to the private sector. There's an enormous opportunity. I think we need to look at this as from the seedling production, from the point of seeds to the point of plantation establishment, to the point of harvesting and this thing, and looking at maybe also to the forward, we'll see maybe some what do you call it, specialization of work that will come up, whereby a company will only will only specialize in maybe seedling production. Another company will also maybe specialize in plantation establishment. Another will be doing harvesting. Another one will be doing maybe the conversion. So we see a lot of opportunities, and we welcome the private sector investment. To the government agencies who have been present here and made a lot of presentation, I think the honor is on us. We need to give the right policy direction and also avail some of these technologies very frequently available to the private sector and for them to drive. And we need also to enhance collaboration with the private sector. I want to acknowledge the contribution which have been done by several private sector, like the Gatsby Africa, the Comazas, the Asantes, the African Capital. These are the companies that are lately has been coming up. So we need to build a lot of synergy with these companies and see how to make them thrive. We know it is very challenging. Sometimes also to make investment in this forest. Forestry is seen as a long term, even though if you look at the context of Europe, ours is more or less like a agricultural crop. But if you look at the opportunities and the trade-offs in forestry and maybe the other sectors, we need some incentives. We need to incentivize the production or in the private investment in this sector. And I think there's no any agency that is placed than this ministry, and particularly also the net fund. We need to come up with a concept and maybe a grant sort of in future, looking at it 5 years after this, how
Mr. Noor, maybe you could turn off the video. We are losing you. Maybe you can turn off the video, Mr. Noor.
Private investment in that. We need to look at that and come up with. And then the other one is on. Huh?
Mr. Noor, we seem to have lost you. Are you still there?
Am I okay?
Now we can hear you. We had lost you for some time.
Okay, thank you. I think it was, I don't know. I was saying that, yes, on the issue of, what I say, Joshua, you have interrupted me and lost my points. Yes, so we are saying that we will see, look features, we will see a lot of interest, will shift towards conservation of the natural forest. I think that the last presentation that you made, Christian, is to the point, setting the stage for the future. We are looking at, increasingly looking at in the next maybe 10 years or 5 years after this, we will see a lot of towards conservation of natural forest. And what Christian is suggesting, I think, is what's likely to come up in the next few years, where we will be increased substitution of the plantation areas with the forest. That doesn't undermine value or the contribution of the softwood plantations in this country to this economy. No, but I think there is that focus. I think that we need to prepare, and we need to what do you call it? Build more innovations and technologies around this, and particularly how do we make what do you call it, non-extractive use of the natural forest to be more attractive, and how do we promote it in terms of non-extractive use, so that we'll be able to generate a lot of income for the surrounding communities, at the same also maybe for the agencies. So I think brief. I keep you guys on long. I'm seeing that the number is reducing on online. Now we are at about 28 or so. So mine is, I want to stop there and thank everybody for this. As KFS, we are the main lead agency responsible for protection, for protection, conservation, and management of about 60% of the current forest cover of this country. What we will say is that we will leverage on most of these presentations that you have made. We will leverage on your partnership so that we can what do you call it, enhance sustainable management of this forest. Otherwise, I think I want to stop there and thank everybody for participating and also for dedication to these activities. Thank you very much. Back to next one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noor. Thank you. We are coming to the close of our meeting, and we have our CEO Net Fund, Mr. Samson Toniok, who will give a vote of thanks. Mr. Toniok.
Thank you very much, Joshua, and all the participants, both who are following virtually and those who are physical here. I think we have days, and we have had a very constructive, very robust, and I think very insightful deliberations about forestry and how to sustainably manage the forest. Because I think there is general consensus that forestry is very important for our economic development and for the priorities of government. So I think without wasting much time, my duty here is to convey our gratitudes to everyone who have participated in this particular conference. So I think to start off, is to convey our gratitude, immense gratitude to the guest of honor, who is Honorable Keriako Topiko, for the insightful remarks he gave us yesterday. So maybe let's give him a round of applause. Even enough. Secondly is to our PS, Dr. Chris Kipto, who was also here yesterday and gave his remarks. Let's also give him a round of applause. Third is all the partners. I think we have Kenya Forest Service, Climate Innovation Center, Kenya Forest Research Institute, Forest Society of Kenya, National Youth Council, Better Globe Forestry, Kenya Water Towers, Nature Kenya, and any other organization that I will not be able to mention by name. So let's give them a round of applause. We are grateful for the resources, both in kind and financial, that you offered to make this particular conference a success. The next one is the moderators. I think we've had guys who have been moderating. It's not easy to moderate. So let's also give them a round of applause. We also have the speakers, those who've done presentation for better part of yesterday and today. You know, they've spent a lot of time doing research and putting up those materials to enable this particular conference a success. So let's give them a round of applause as well. The others, I think, is the organizing committee. Of course, for this to have become a success, they met a number of times. They went out of their way to plan this thing meticulously. And then the reason why it's a success is because of their efforts. So let's also give them a round of applause. The other group to convey our gratitude, of course, is the participants, both who were here physically and those who are following virtually. I think everyone has contributed financially to this particular conference because, of course, for you to get here, you have spent some resources to enable you get here. And also those who are following virtually, both yesterday and today, I think you've required some internet connectivity, some bundles, and so you've incurred some resources. We are very grateful for that. We are grateful for that support because I think if it were not for you, this particular conference will not have been a success. So let's give them a round of applause. The other group that I wish to convey my gratitude is, of course, the Secretariat and the team that has been playing logistical support here, whether you've been taking photos, whether you have been sliding down the slides, whether you've just been making sure that these facilities work and to ensure that we have a seamless connectivity and debate. Thank you very much. So let's give them a round of applause as well. I also want to convey gratitude to the hotel and other service providers who has provided a very conducive environment and who have ensured that this particular conference, though not physical, it's normally challenging to do both a physical and a virtual kind of thing. So thank you very much. So let's also give them a round of applause. So as we come to the end of this particular conference, I think the reason why the conference has gone well for everyone, of course, is because of our God. I think good health, and especially in this midst of a pandemic, is the reason why we've had a successful conference. For those who came physically, I think it's because of his mercies. So let's also give him a round of applause. So as said by Michael, I think the expectation is that we'll be sharing the abstracts, we'll be sharing the presentations, and also we'll be sharing the output or the outcome of this particular conference to the critical stakeholders and policy makers. So thank you very much. If I have not been able to mention you specifically, receive our immense gratitude for the support and also for participating in this particular conference. So otherwise, for those few remarks, I would want to wish you a happy weekend and a nice weekend as you break. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO. And I think there's nothing more to add. The conference is now officially closed. Thank you very much.